here. I don't know where it comes from or what that's going to do. But when you see things happening, when you see people dying, you see people going to jail, there's some kind of life that you really see for everything. Maybe it's because we have to stand up as a people. One authority is people were selling it coming in on our reservation. Selling these, Marty, is well versed in opiates and heroin, so I'm glad that he gave me help for 1 years. He's been to the side. Worked with one of our administrators who's gone on, Mary Alice. We all do our best for our communities. Many people have always stood out for our families. It was our responsibility to take care of their unborn, to the ones that are gone. We still do that today. We feed them, individual families. Maybe have their own feast, their tobacco, their water, their food that the family likes in the winter times. Maybe we put leather up in some cloth, a piece of blanket. So our family, that they're well, but they're alive. I always tell people, to say we're not somebody's dead, and that they're taking care of us and they're leaving us. So I appreciate each and every one of you that are here, whatever area you're working in. When I first started hearing about opiates, it was very astounding to me. What pharmaceuticals sell. The history of maybe the logic and reasoning, this was the almighty dollar. And what they dictate to the governments, dictate to the doctors. Sell that. I hear some of it, we get pretty high. Some will shut up now, and I'm going to turn it over to Marty, but like I said, we have that Dept plan out there. Everybody wants to go out there and move tobacco and prayer, With our ways, that's the only use that tobacco, that evil. People will carry that prayer to the ravens. The ravens will carry that prayer to the thunders. The thunders will carry that prayer to those angels to see that goes on God. I appreciate our way of life. I appreciate all of your things. We have a very strong Christian community here. Jesus must have been one hell of a man for what he done. The majority of the people in the world, know who he is. These people, that ones he respect all religions. People that maybe are atheists, their voice, they look at his eye. Be blessed.
Alright. Hello, how are you? Please, if you have questions, things like that, just call me Marty. You're at my attention as much as you possibly can. Somebody's coming over to put a projection screen up for us, I think.
Marty, just real quick.
Yep.
I forgot to mention also we have Jake and Mary Pine from up in Canada. He's a well-known healer. He goes to a lot of places. So he has a lot to say also, what he does with people up there and all over regarding people on opiates and heroin that want to withdraw, but maybe they're afraid they want to quit. They don't want to go through those withdrawals. So he has something, and I'll just leave that up to him, and he'll be coming on, I think, 4:45 or something like that. So I appreciate him coming down all the way from Canada. Thank you.
Cool. And so we'll get the projection screen up. You just keep taking it. Come back, man. You want the floor, you can have it, bro. I'm out. All right, I'll see you next week.
In the LEAD program, I want to thank behavioral health for helping sponsors.
Marty, I just want to request, maybe this is a courtesy for you, for asking you for the
Yeah, that would be great. If you can't, I totally understand. It doesn't bother me. I worked at the university. Yeah, you ready? Want one more, man?
And this is being webcast. The ideal is, that we'll be getting a their tribes and so forth, they want to be able to be with us and so forth, and I understand by ID department that it's supposed to have some.
Cool. All right. So hopefully we'll get this projection screen up and running. I got about a 10-minute activity we're going to get started going on anyway. So, thanks for having me here. As far as phones and stuff like that, I appreciate it. But I work at the college, man. They have them out of there. They're like this, and they're underneath the table doing this stuff. And so I just kind of, if you've got it on and you need it, go ahead and take it. You know, we're all addicted to them anyway. Right? We might as well just take, and it was funny, I had one of my class presentations, they actually hooked the little monitor in and then stuck a needle right here and went like that, and kind of like banged it, you know, and did a poster of it. It was excellent, it was spectacular, you know, so just, that's fine with me. Great to be back to the tribe and to be presenting here for you. I worked here for 8 years. With the tribal youth of the community, and then went on and was approached by Central Michigan University to come over there to start to teach. I didn't think I was smart enough to teach over there when I first started, but after a while you just kind of learn to do what you need to do. And so now I've been with the Central Michigan University for 11 years. Prior to here and working in behavioral health, I worked in a residential drug treatment, and so got a lot of up-and-coming new things that I think are even going to scare you guys. And not that heroin, you know, I'm scared to death of this stuff. All right, I truly am. And what it does to the brain and how addictive it is and things like that. But hopefully by the end of the presentation today, we'll start to talk about some of the other things that are probably right in some of your purses right now, young ladies. All right, and kids are using it to get high, and it's just kind of scary. All right, and we got some other things that kids, and not only kids, but adults are doing as well. But the first thing I want to do this morning is just to kind of give us, first of all, thank God, this is a great turnout, man. This is awesome. I called Jen the other day, she said 25, we're well over 25. And so I do have the PowerPoint presentation for you, and I have 30 of them here. We're making some more copies as we are talking right now, so you'll have that PowerPoint presentation in front of you. What I'm going to do today basically is to go over and start to understand some of what's happening in the, I first of all want to start with some of the, obviously like addiction and all that kind of stuff, but then I want to kind of get into what's called the neurobiology of addiction. All right? Any doctors in the house? All right? Any doctors? All right? Most of you got into the helping programs and helping people because you stunk at science. All right? And so we're going to talk a little bit about science. And we're going to talk a little bit about the neurobiology and the brain chemistry that's going on in your brain. All right? And right now, what's in there? Coffee, man. Right now, your receptors in your brain are going nuts. Right now, just before you even put that there, they're already starting to fire like, I need it, 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 and I'm holding you up, so now you're going to go into withdrawal. And so, it's one of those things that, I think addiction is a social problem. There's no doubt there. All right? It's a social thing. It's a genetic thing. But man, the more and more that I look into this, and the more and more that I read, man, this is a brain disorder. And we all have it. And it's the sad thing. And some of it is to opioids, some of it's to porn, some of it's to alcohol, some of it's to fast cars, all right? Some of it's to cameras. Hi, Joe. And it's one of those things. Our brains are just firing rapidly. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what happens at that. I'll try to break it down as best as I can. I'm going to try to take a single neuron, all right, and show you what a single neuron looks like. Now, anybody know how many neurons we have in our body, roughly? Nerves in our body? We have over 1 billion, okay? And so I'm going to take one and break it down and kind of show you what's going on and what's happening so fast in our human body, and what's actually going on, and how opioids, how heroin, how prescription pills, how alcohol, they all fire on the same stuff. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about neurotransmitters as well, dopamine, serotonin, and glutamate, we'll talk about all that kind of stuff, all right? And what they actually do, because there are several hundred right now that we are looking at, neurotransmitters in the brain, that make us stand upright, make us talk, all of these things make us feel good, make us feel bad. All right? And hopefully that'll give you an understanding. And then we're going to get into the opioid stuff, the signs, the symptoms, what's going on, you know. And I'm going to pair opioids with something that most of you probably would not imagine it being paired with. And so we'll do that towards the end. But what I want to do first, and I have, where's my papers going? All right, did I get papers, Joe? All right. Yes, I have some links. Where are they? Okay. What I want to do first is I just want to take, there you go, pass those around, give some to those people. All right, give some of this. All right. I want to, this isn't a quiz, this isn't a test. All right. It's something that hopefully at a break time we're going to be able to show and give people some knowledge and things like that. I have all of these little crayons, papers, pencils, things like that I want you guys to maybe use if you want to. I'll just set some here, I'll set some here, okay, like that. I move around quick, so things like that. Or you can just use a pencil or a pen, all right? And what I want you to do right now for me and for yourself is I want you to draw addiction. I want you to draw addiction. No letters, no words. Okay? I want you to take at least about 5 minutes, and I want you to draw addiction how you see it. All right? I've done this several times at different places, and it always amazes me as to what some people see. All right? And so what I want you to just do is 5 minutes, the next 5 minutes, crayons, I've got colored pencils, you can just use pencils, pens, whatever. I want you to draw addiction, how it's up here in your brain. Okay? So go ahead and let's do that. Okay? And while they're doing that, Jen, I think you might be able to get this. I don't see it. It can't be that hard.
Oh, I didn't know the screen was here.
They said it was here. I just don't want to get into somebody's job. What does addiction look like to you? What does it look like? That PowerPoint that's on there.
Anything else, Marty?
No, I don't. I brought everything that I needed. They told me they were here all morning. Well, they said they had to sell something. This guy.
Okay, we got about 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm gonna 1 minute to finish up. As long as this guy's ready, man. He's got the water park up. That sounds good. The water park outside. Academic. Put your pencils down. All right, put your pencils down. No. I want your picture. No, not anymore. Look at her, she throws it. No, she's coming up to present her. Yeah, grab it. Swing it. All right. Okay. I just went around and basically just asked a couple people, but during break, what I hopefully will be able to do, and what I would like for us to do at break, is to set these out. All right.
If I fall on your face, I apologize for that.
And what I want to do is at break, I'm going to probably pick out a couple of more of these. All right, but I was just going around and I saw a couple of them, and stand up for me. Yeah, draw attention to you. I know you don't like that. All right, here we go. She drew addiction. Now, what does it mean? Dark. Those represent eyes? Okay. And so addiction is dark. The eyes are, you can get them kind of squinty. I kind of like that. All right. What else is going on? What else? What's dark about addiction? The unknown. Okay. And not knowing what's going to happen next and things like that. Awesome. Cool. Thank you. All right. All right. Next, we have this picture of a person. Ribs. And people saying, dang, she did pretty good, huh? What is this? Just explain.
To me, addiction is an energy that moves through a person's body as well as it extends out beyond the body, and it's something that you should almost see. And it's hard to contain, so that's what
Yeah. It's hard to contain. Awesome. Awesome, awesome job. Cool. Done? Stand up. All right. I said no letters, didn't I? And he busted it. He busted it. That's why we picked it out. All right, all right. He put R.I.P. rest in peace. All right. So, but anyway, let me see it.
All right. Well, I want to point out too, they say, how you draw is where development is where you are, and that mine's kind of stick figures. That does put me in that 6 to 8 old range stuff. I apologize to my coworkers.
Yeah, cute little faces on there. What does it represent?
Well, in theory, it's the idea that you can have a fairly happy life goes along fairly well, you get wrapped up in the addiction process, try to get that buzz look in one picture, or further kind of wild look at addiction causes, and then the other is ultimately you crash and burn, and all the time. Check out.
Excellent, excellent. Are you ready? Did you pick it up? Did you? Yeah, you gotta try this, all right? Okay, she wrote, she has these two people here, and if you look at the top, she's got pizza, McDonald's. Is that McDonald's M, right? Is that what that was? Happy birthday. Okay. But I love what she did with the bottom portion. All right? She put the bottom portion together. Now, explain yourself a little bit, if you would, please.
Well, the person is thinking about the things they're addicted to, and they're all happy and everything, all addicted about it, but in the back, the meds, terrible addictions, you got to spring a bowl on it.
It goes back to the good cop, bad cop thing on our shoulders and things like that. So, thanks for doing that, folks. I appreciate it as we get it going on. We're in the middle of trying to get this PowerPoint ready to rock and roll. But addiction, we drew it. Now, what is addiction? What is addiction? What takes an everyday normal use of Diet Pepsi, caffeine-free, and makes it into an addiction? Craving. All right, so we got craving in there. All right? And I'm going to tell you what, if you think that people on opioids and heroin and things like that aren't craving, we're ready? We're good?
Should be good to go.
Craving, what else? What else about addiction do we know? The need to have it. All right, so that goes along with the psychological portion of the brain. Would you guys agree with me and say that addiction, there's probably much more to addiction than the actual drug itself? Yeah. The whole, we call it the set and setting. But he's kidding me. All right, I'm going to stay back here. All right, the set and the setting. Where we're doing the drug at, how we go about getting the drug. Some of you, when you go to the store, all right. Some of you, when you go to the store and you're in Meijer and you're walking through the aisles, all right. There is a set and a setting going on in your brain, and you're not even to the alcohol aisle yet. All right. You might be sitting there going, "Damn, them Oreo cookies look good. I can't get past the Oreo cookies right now." And what's happening in the brain? You know, they say to people, don't ever go to Myers hungry, right? And shop, okay? Well, the drug addict probably is the same thing. He's going to shop for drugs, and he's hurt. He's fiending. She's fiending. All right? And so we want to talk a little bit about that as it goes on. All right? So, let me see if I can do this. No, this way. All right, so it's a compulsive behavior that we have. All right? What are people addicted to? Everything. Who said that? That. I totally agree. You know, on my way down this morning, I'm going to tell you, I was on cloud 9. I was listening to old country music. All right, like I like old country music. All right, I know I'm kind of corny. All right, but the whole trip down, I'm just like, man, I can't wait. A lot of people are sitting there probably saying, "Are you crazy, man, getting up in front of people and talking that you don't know about that? I would never do that." No, this is me. This is who I am. All right? And when I turned on Shepherd Road, I kind of went, whoo, let's go. This game on. All right? And if you don't think a drug addict or an alcoholic is doing that, you know, we got to start to take a look at that behavior. All right? And we've got to start to take a look at and identifying triggers to those behaviors far before they start. Way before they actually start. Last night I was sitting around and every once in a while I get these like pop-up emails that are, most of them are junk and things like that. This one happened to come in and it was on energy drinks. All right, just popped up on my Facebook on energy drinks and things like that. Do you know how much sugar is in an energy drink? 100 grams and 500 milliliters. All right? Yeah, it's crazy. All right? Yeah, it is about 20 to 25. Okay? And so we have, not only are they going after the caffeine compulsion, all right, but the sugar levels and things like that are huge in the brain. All right? So just kind of starting to think outside the box as far as addictions go and things like that. All right? Keep going, Marty. Okay. So, a few whys that I kind of always like to talk about when we start to talk about addiction. Why do people choose to drink alcohol?
Easy to get.
Easy to get. Curious. Curiosity didn't kill the cat? I did, right? Type of thing. What else? It's cheap. It's cheap buzz. Cheap buzz, man. You can get some vodka, good old vodka, man. You're rock for a while. Genetic.
It's acceptable.
It's acceptable. That's huge.
Escape.
It's an escape. All right? And so we have all of these things going on with the why. All right? And as parents and as people who are in the community, and maybe not parents to these kids or to the people in the community, all right? What's the first thing we ask that kid when he comes home? Why did you do that? Right? Why did you do that? And I'm going to show you a little experience that's going to happen. Why did you put that necklace on today? Why are you wearing that shirt? Why did you do your hair the way you did? All right? Why are you looking at me and laughing? And all of a sudden you get really uncomfortable, right? And you start to melt. And when we start to talk about the world of addiction, and we start to ask these things, why do people struggle? Why do people go to such extremes? You know what? I think we're born to go to those extremes. I really and truly do. You always say people who have a low self-esteem do drugs. I think all drug addicts have a high self-esteem. I think they're borderline narcissistic. Meaning, man, you know what? I'm cool. I'm good. Try me. You can't get through to me. You can't bust me. And all of a sudden we find somebody, or we know about somebody, or we've heard from somebody that somebody's OD. And somebody is dead. All right? Or somebody has taken the next step of addiction. And when I talk about steps, I mean, you know what? We've all done it. We've all taken that next step. All right, 2 Tylenol didn't work, so 3's got to be a little bit better. It's not as prescribed. Number 1, period. You've broken the rule. Okay? Right now on campus, and what happens on campus is going to get to this community, I guarantee you. All right? Right now on campus, we have an epidemic of Adderall. Right? Everybody know what Adderall is? Adderall? Adam, what's Adderall? Can you know what it is, man? Let them know.
Medication.
It's a medication for ADHD. It is a stimulant. It's a speeder. All right? And I have students all day coming to me and saying to me, man, we got an Adderall problem. Marty, we got an Adderall problem. We got a lot of things going on. And I'm sitting there trying to figure out, what are people doing this? Why are they doing this stuff? All right? Well, it speeds them up. I just heard of a young gentleman who was getting ready to go on spring break. You know what he did? Went and bought a whole prescription of Adderall. He's going to have fun on spring break. All right? Because Adderall is a speeder. And what's the other drug when most people go on spring break? What else do they do? Alcohol. All right? And what we're going to talk about here in a few minutes is what's called homeostasis. How the body wants to stay pretty constant at all times. Okay? And so it makes sense. What goes up must come down. And when we have people who are pushing heroin, and we have people who are drinking alcohol, and we have people, what are they using to bring themselves back up? And that's the scary component for me for heroin, is that a lot of times they're not using nothing to bring them back up. You know what the up is? I'm thoroughly convinced I know what the up is in heroin. And it's not the drug. When they take that needle out and they start this, that's a rush. That's a, man, I feel great. And then all of a sudden, when they put it in them and they're searching and they're seeking, all right? I had a young lady when I was in residential drug treatment over in Bay City. I swear to you, you could have put tracks that would have went from here to that side. And what tracks are scars in her arms and things like that. And scars all over her body. If we would have lined them up end to end, they would have ended up over where Stacy's at. I know they would have. All right? She was scarred to death. And so that whole in, that whole up, it's got to be something with heroin, with that needle. All right? And then they're always searching for and seeking for that, great high that's out there as well. Okay? So, what are some of the extremes we've heard of people going to get high? What are some of the extremes we've heard? Prostitution. Stealing. Drinking body wash, mouthwashes, anything that has alcohol in it. Going to extremes to not get caught. All right? If I don't have alcohol on my breath, the cops aren't going to know. All right? So where do I put it? Any ideas? Up my vagina? Up my anus? All right? We've got kids that are beer bonging vodka and stuff up their anus, folks. All right? Anybody not know what a beer bong is? It's a funnel, has a hose on it. And I always tell my college kids, be careful the next time you grab a hold of that. You never know where that's going. All right? But we have kids that are going to those extremes, shoving tampons into themselves. All right? To get that. So they don't have it on their breath. It's physically not there. And they're still getting the high. That to me is that's taking it to another level. When you take your Adderall and you crush it up, and all of a sudden you go, you've just took it to another level. All right? And medical marijuana, I hear this one all the time. I got my medical marijuana card, man. Okay, cool. I got it, man. Marijuana, it's out there, it's there. I'm cool with it. All right? If you got your medical marijuana card, I'm cool with it. But are you going to extremes to get high? Are you using it other than prescribed? Well, yeah, my doc told me just to take it at night time before I go to bed. You ever get up in the morning and get high? Yeah. Well, you've just abused it. Oh, wait, hold on. Do you have any of your friends sat down with you? Well, yeah, I get a couple. That's not in the program. And we have to start to think about that. All right? And I talked to you a little bit earlier. Anybody have Burt's Beeswax lip gloss in their purse right now? You do? Oh, you high on. Did you know that Burt's Beeswax is used to get high, to help with the high? It's got menthol in it, and what young kids are doing is they're taking the Burt's Beeswax, they're putting it on their eyelids, and guess what happens when they drink? It helps give them a little bit of a hallucinogenic effect on their eyes. Man, you better be sure you go through your kids' stuff when you go home today. All right? So Burt's Beeswax lip gloss. Now, here's my other thing. Who thinks of that? You know, who thinks of that? Who thinks of taking, typical speedballs, heroin and cocaine? Who thinks about putting those things together and saying, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then we'll be all right, and then I'm just going to shove it in my arm. That to me is the drive to get high. The things that people go to, the extremes. All right? We've got an airport right over here. All right? And every so often you'll see guys flying out of that airplane, man, and they're skydiving. If you don't think that's an addiction, that's an extreme to get high. You could die. Right? You can die. But they're doing it, and I'll tell you what, they hit the ground, and guess what? They're right back in a plane, they're going to go tempt fate again. And so we have to look at not only substances, but we have to start to look at what we do with our own behaviors that put us into those situations. All right? I love the snowmobile. I love the snowmobile. Okay? I love it. And I'm telling you what, I'm addicted. I know I am. I'm 100% addicted. All right? And one day I was driving my snowmobile and I'm taking off, and I've got a pretty nice one, and all of a sudden I tromp her. And I put her right to the wood. And I look down and I'm going 128 miles an hour. I have a wife, 2 kids, a family, and I'm going down the damn road 128 miles an hour. I'm a speed freak. I like speed. All right? I mean, I do. I like it. And I just held her to the wood, and I was like, and I got done, and I looked, and I stopped, and I sat underneath this big old pine tree at the end of the road that I was on, and I said to myself, what in the hell are you doing? You could have died. And I can't help but relate that to some of the addicts that are out there. To when they get that cocaine, and they snip it up their nose, all right? And they take it in. That's got to be the rush they get. People tell me all the time, and used to tell me all the time, it's like my heart was jumping out of my chest. Well, I think that's kind of like, that would hurt. But they say it's like just jumping out, like it's the most intense thing you've ever had in your life. All right? And so I think we're looking at that. Why are drugs changing? Why do we see drugs changing? Here a couple of years ago, what was the big drug around this area? Crack. Yeah, it was after crack though. Meth. All right? It's still around, isn't it, sir? All right? It's still around. I don't think it's as high as it was though. Could I be right? All right? And a lot of meth was made just north here in Clare County. All right? Yeah, Clare County people, man. Stay away from Clare. All right? But one of the reasons why we don't see that happening much anymore is they put all your Claritin D behind the prescription counters. All right? And now you have to sign for it. So how's heroin getting here? I'm telling you, I talked to Sam Price. Anybody know Sam from residential 1016 house? I talked to him yesterday. I said, Sam, I got a couple questions. I got a presentation around. Can I run it by? And he's like, yeah. I says, what's your opioids right now in residential drug treatment? He says about 95%. In his residential facility are opioid people. Last year was the first time in 1016's history that their admittance, people who were admitted, the number one admission was not alcohol. It was heroin or opioids for the first time in 1016's house. And 1016's been around for ever. All right? First time that we see that. I said, okay, I got a question for you, Sam. I said, are they using heroin? He goes, a lot of them are. But he says, a lot of them are using prescription drugs. And I'm like, okay. I said, so what would you say your ratio is there? And he said, about 75-25. 75% of the people that came in to that are coming into the facility are using Oxycontin, oxycodones, and things like that to get high. All right, they're crushing them up, they cook them up, they put them in the needle, they throw them in their arm, or they're actually another great way, and this is something for you folks who are parents. All right, they're taking tin foil. All right, they put the pill on the center, and they light it up underneath the tin foil, and it kind of streaks around, and they kind of follow it. It gives off the vapor, and then therefore they just sit there and just go and heat it up. They haven't yet taken it to the next level of putting it in their arm, but I guarantee you this, that's the next step. That's the next step. All right, and so we have to start to look at that part of it. Okay, so drugs are changing. They're going to change. When I first got into residential treatment, it was crack cocaine. I had a gentleman who was in prison for, he was second-degree murder. He had done his time, got out, came right into my residential drug facility, and he was already cracked out on crack. He said when he sat in prison, he said the last 7 years before he came out of prison, he said everybody coming in was talking about this drug called crack. They were talking about this crack cocaine and how good it was and what it was. He said within 24 hours of being let out of prison, he was high on crack cocaine. He said he used to sit in there and wonder and think about what it was like. He said, and he was talking to him, he was like, you mean it's better than cocaine? And he's like, yeah, it's better than pure cocaine, man. It was awesome. So he sat in there for years thinking about, okay, man, when I get out, what am I going to do? And lo and behold, was in residential drug treatment with us for crack cocaine. So we see them changing all the time. The changing of the guards. Alcohol is going to be around forever. The one big drug that we haven't talked about today that we need to talk about and things like that is tobacco. I mean, it's being abused horribly, all right, and things like that. It's the upper. Most alcoholics smoke cigarettes, right? Most. Again, that whole homeostasis, what goes up must come down, and we have to start to look at that process. Okay? Cool. All right, so understanding addiction a little bit, we're just going to hit this a little bit. All right, we have physical and psychological concerns that happen in addiction. All right, not only does our body become physically addictive, all right, but our brain becomes psychologically addicted to the whole process, to the setting, to getting high, to actually putting the needle in our arm and things like that. And then physiologically, all right, in our body continues to want it, to need it. All right? When you woke up this morning, all right, some of us, the first thing we do is walk over, click, all right? And some of us, as like me, already have it ready to go. So, you just click and the coffee starts running down and you're like, good morning, And think about that. The addict that's waking up, no, they're not awake yet. Okay, let's be honest, okay? They might be just going to bed, all right? But think about that. They're thinking about, how am I going to get it? What am I going to do? Where am I going to head the next time? Sir, do you need one of these? I got it. Okay, cool. And so we want to look a little bit at the physical and the psychological component here with that, all right? We know that it is a systemic problem. People talk about an epidemic. I think we have a pandemic. I think worldwide we have a pandemic with substances right now. From Australia to China to wherever. I think we totally do. And I think we're doing the best we can. I truly believe we're doing the best we can. But I think we need to start to take a look at a couple of other things, and I'll talk about those as we go along. All right? And so that's just kind of understanding addiction and where we're going to go and where we're going to head. Now, I know this one's a little bit small and things like that, all right? But I put it on here because I just want you to kind of get an idea, all right? The person is in the inside. And then outside of them, we start to talk about the spirituality aspect component. Okay? It's pretty hard to see, and I apologize for that. All right? But we start to talk about the spirituality part of the component of our life. And so many of our people, so many of people on this earth have lost this component of their life. You know, and I'm not talking about religion, and I'm not talking about those types of things. I'm talking about the love that they have for thyself. The love they have for thyself. And when you start to think about the addict, when you start to look at the addiction process, many of these people have lost that love for self. All right? They've lost that component. They've let it go. Something traumatic maybe has happened to them. Maybe they fear success. Maybe they fear family members, friends. Maybe some of them have been abused. Some of them have, you know, possibly grown up with it around their whole life, the whole time. All right? And so we lose that spirituality part of us. And then outside of that, we have what's called the biological factor. All right? And when we start to look at that, we start to talk about those cravings, the withdrawal. We start to talk about the body taking over and the drugs taking over the body and what's going to happen both physically and mentally in our brain when we go along. All right? And so just be aware of that. And to be honest with you, I think these two components right here, when we start to take a look at them, and when you start to take a look at possible clients, or you start to take a look at possible friends and family members, let's be honest, I mean, alcohol and drugs are not too far removed from you. Not too far removed at all. All right? They could be one or two people down the road. They could be neighbors. They could be young kids and things like that. My high school right now back home is infested with marijuana. All right? And I don't put up with it. I call the kids out on it, and then I just go in and I just go right to the parents. I don't care anymore. All right? Your kid's smoking dope, just so you know. Thanks, man. See you later. Seriously, I don't care anymore. All right? And they look at me like, my kid ain't smoking dope. Yes, he is. Yes, she is. I guarantee you. And my kid doesn't do that. My kid wouldn't do that. Yeah, they are. All right? How do you know? I know. All right? I know they are. And so I think we got to start to take a much more aggressive approach on that aspect of calling people out a little bit more. And I'm not saying be mean or anything like that. But when's the last time maybe you sat down with your grandkids? When's the last time you sat down with your own children and said, hey, what's going on? How you been? Why are you doing this shit? Did you go get high last night? No, Mom, I didn't. Okay. Day before? No? About a week ago? Yeah. Why? Right? That's the first thing you're going to say. Why? Why did you do that? Because I wanted to? Right? I'm thoroughly convinced when you ask kids why, they look at you and they don't know why. You ever had that? You know, you remember your parents called you out and they said, you know, your parents said to you, why did you do that? And you look at them and say, I don't know. Because Susie did it. John did it, and well, I might as well do it. And all of a sudden, you're backing him into a corner that you're not going to let him or her out of. All right? And so we need to start to look at that. Use the who, what, where, whens, and hows more with kids and with people that we talk to. I had a dear friend of mine, chronic alcoholic. Chronic, man. This dude is, I guarantee you, he's drunk at work already. Maybe not like drunk, but he's on his way. All right? He's on his way. And it's 10 o'clock yet? 9:52. You know? And I keep saying to him, why? Because it just pisses him off. And how it's like, he just calls me up, Dad, I ain't got no money. Why? I don't know, man. You're drinking. You ain't got enough money. That's why. You know? And so we need to start to look at that biological and that spiritual component that is in our own being and starting to become one with that again. Right? And hey, I'm not sitting here saying, you know, you got to go be the Bible thumper, you got to go do this kind of things. But you know what? Try to bring some part of that world into your life again. You know, there's a great book out there, a great book that has been lost, I think, for many, many people. It's called The Power of Positive Thinking. All right? It's by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale. His last name is P-E-A-L-E. All right, the power of positive thinking. It's about this thick, it's about this big, quick read, and I'm going to tell you probably one of the best books. It was copyrighted in 1952, and it still has merit today on this component of our life and how we start to think about ourselves in that positiveness. Now, when we look at the addict, and we look at the heroin addict, we look at the alcoholic and things like that, they've lost some of that spirituality. And I think that's why in some aspects AA helps many, many people. All right? I really and truly believe that, because it does kind of get them back around people, back amongst people, all right? Back to the Word of God as we understand Him and things like that. But we all could work on becoming more positive and powerful people. Any of us have that negative ninny in our family? Like, you don't even want to go to their house. It's like, because when I walk out of there, man, I'm going to be like, I'm down, man. God, shoot me with some heroin, man. Christ, do something. Because I can't live, you know? And you know the minute you go over there, you walk in, he or she will be like, oh, God, life just sucks. You know, I can't do nothing right. No, you can't. You are in a wrong frame of mind. And we've got to learn to change that frame of mind. Learn to turn it around a little bit so that we can become more powerful and be more productive members of society. And I don't think people walk out and say, hey, listen, man, I'm going to go get high today. You know, I really and truly don't think people, when they get up, they go, oh, I'm going to go get this shit-faced blowed right out of my mind today. All right? Now, you do have some people that are waiting for Thursday and Friday night, guarantee you. All right? Back at my hometown, it's called ice cream. They use it as a code word for in front of all the kids. Like, yeah, we're going to go get ice cream. Well, we got an ice cream shop, but damn, it's closed now. All right? But they're still using ice cream, and the young kids are going, oh, you going to get ice cream tonight? I'm like, no. And I'm sitting there saying, the kids know what it is. All right? And then you go to a local bar, and then you've got community members that are just blown right out of their mind. And why? Because they deserved it. I worked hard this week, all right? And I'm going to hug the porcelain god for 2 days and then go back to work, you know, and I'll be all right. And if I got to hug the porcelain god on Wednesday, I'll be okay because I can function still, right? Because that gives me Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 4 out of 7, I'm good. You know, and so we've got to get back into that power of positive thinking, all right? For me, what I want to do right now is this. I want to take a break for about 5 minutes, all right? Get up, move around. There's some stuff over there. Go grab some stuff, things like that. Let's reconvene. It's 9:56, right around, 5-6 minutes. Let's maybe 10, all right? Just kind of intervene and stuff like that. If you want to talk to me or something, come on up. We're going to get into the brain next, all right, and heroin, okay? See it? Now we do. It's actually, if you
Yeah, I was talking to Joe yesterday, Kathy.
Marty? Come I think maybe I don't know. going to reconvene. 2 minutes.
On this? Kind of lubricates a little bit. I had a bunch of it. But it was really runny, and I didn't want to waste it, so I wanted to make sure it got used. I didn't know how to make that.
I just put sweetgrass oil in it or cedar oil. It's good.
I harvested the bear a couple years ago too.
Oh, yeah.
I kept the hide.
Yeah, we take that fat out. We put it through a meat grinder, then we take it real slow. Okay. It's
More like oily.
yeah, then it makes it.
Use it a little bit.
It cooks slower.
We had our men's meeting last night. Pretty good. You know we're doing a change, right?
No, I bet you were
Yeah, we are. Everything got changed.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, Sarah Winter. Or here? No, she's watching RTC, so her staff can come here. So this Bob's story is where he can do therapy.
Okay. All right, here we go. We're going to get started on the neurobiology part. So this is the part where if I lose you, all right, if I lose you, say, Marty, I'm kind of lost. All right. Some of you will pick it up. It's really easy. It's pretty simple, I think. But I've been teaching it now for about 8-9 years. And so as I get through it every time. Now, listen. We are going to scratch the surface. All right, of neurobiology. We're going to scratch the surface. Nowhere are we even going to come close to giving it its due process. All right, but I want to break it down so that you can kind of gain an understanding as to some of the dopamine, serotonin, and those types of levels and things like that. In order to do that, we've got to talk a little bit about the human body in itself. All right, I already spoke about homeostasis and how our body kind of likes to, well, some of us love to get on the roller coasters and, do that kind of stuff and go up there, and the whole time we're going clink, 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 and we're just sitting there going, oh God, here it comes, and then, and you're like, God, what a rush. What a rush. And so that's what the human body is like when we're taking those drugs and taking those alcohol. Now, when we start to talk about maintaining internal things, all right, our body gets out of whack pretty easy. All right, a temperature. If your body temperature goes up by a degree or two, you're already feeling that. Okay? If it goes down by a degree or two, you're already starting to feel that. So when you look at the human body, we are a touchy person. All right? Too much of this, not enough of that, could lead us to death. All right? And so we want to make sure that we talk about that. I put this next word in, acidity. Some of you may have heard about like pH levels and things like that. Our body needs to have some acidity to it in order for the neurotransmitters and things like that to fire across the nerve cells and things like that. So we have to have a little bit of that in there. All right. And then a lot of people, we talk about your sodium content, which is for many of us outside of like the realm. I mean, if you're supposed to have like 20 milligrams of sodium, most of us probably have like 3,000. Okay, and so our body's constantly fighting to keep these components of our body in order. Okay, got that? Okay, so our body likes to be where it needs to be. All right. When my blood sugars get too high, I know it. When my blood sugars get too low, thank God they don't, hardly ever. All right, I'm kind of high octane in that aspect. But when blood sugars start to get low, our bodies don't like that. all right? And so when the addict takes the heroin, takes the alcohol, and it starts to run out, their bodies don't like that, so what do we got to do? We've got to come back, and we've got to start to fire back, and we've got to start to go look for them. We've got to start that whole process. Whose purse am I going to get into today? Who am I going to thief? Who am I going to steal? What do I need to do to get the drugs that I need to have? All right, and so we'll talk about that. The glia cells or the glia cells, these are cells that I just need to talk about really quick. All right, they eliminate our waste. All right, we're going to talk about the myelin sheath in a few minutes. All right, so I just want to say that it kind of forms that. It provides firmness and structure to our brain, and so that our brain doesn't just like jiggle around, and that's why our brain's pretty, you know, it's pretty solid when you start to look at a human brain. All right. In my actual classes, I bring human brains in and stuff like that. It's kind of fun. All right. You sit there and you go, ugh, but you know what? It seals the deal. It shows you where it's at, and things like that. But it's basically the structure that creates the blood-brain barrier. Anybody ever heard of that? The blood-brain barrier. All right. Where the blood comes into the brain, then gets us high. All right. Our foot isn't the process of us getting high, right? I mean, we can't blame it on the foot. If a person shoots up in the foot, where's it going? To the brain. Okay, first it's got to get to the blood, and then it's going right to the brain. All right? And that brings another thing that I wanted to just kind of, just for a split second, talk about. We are seeing more and more and more people huffing again. And it's not paint, it's not spray cans. I mean, they still do that kind of stuff. All right, they're huffing alcohol now. All right, they're taking in anything they can through the lungs. Why is it important to take it to the lungs? All right, because it bypasses the digestive system, which slows down the process to get to my brain. It goes into my lungs. My lungs are directly hooked to my heart, and here we go. Heart goes up, and I'm brain high. Boom, right now. Okay, so a lot of that stuff of smoking, inhaling, all of that kind of stuff, they're starting to change their ways. And people say, huff alcohol. You ever hear of kids huffing alcohol? It's a great thing. 2-liter bottle and a basketball pump. And just a pint of 80 proof whiskey. All right, put it in there, take it up, seal it up, put a cork in it, like from a wine bottle, stick your pump from a basketball pump up, put her in there, and they just pump it like that until they can't pump it anymore. It vaporizes it, they pull it off, and they go. Check the internet out, check the YouTube out on it. All right, this guy gets blowed out because it goes right to his lungs, then goes right to his brain, and it misses the whole digestive process. Okay? And so those are the things we're seeing. Those are the things that people are doing. And if you don't think kids are getting on the internet and checking it out, you're crazy. All right? You know, just go to the internet and pop in there. Extreme ways to get high, or different ways to get high on alcohol. You'll find everything that you need to know. All right? So that it creates that blood-brain barrier. It allows us to do that. All right? Now, neurons or nerve cells, like I said, we have 1 billion in our system. And just to kind of give you that idea, that's about what they say the Milky Way galaxy has in it as far as stars. Okay? And crazy to think that I have 1 billion of anything in here. Right? I mean, seriously, that's amazing to me. That I have 1 billion of something in my body. All right? Some of them are millimeters long. Some of them are 1 and 2 inches, 3 to 4 inches long. All right, and they are the things that keep us going. Now, the really weird part of this, when you start to look at the neurons and things like that, and what they're made up of, all right, they got a cell body, dendrites, they have all this stuff. You have what's called presynaptic terminals and postsynaptic terminals. Okay, and what those terminals are kind of like are the on and off ramps of I-75. Okay, that's probably the easiest way for us to kind of think about that. All right, you get off at an exit, okay, and maybe we could use 127 up there by Harrison. All right, you get off at Harrison exit with their snow stake right there, and right across the road is the on ramp, right? And and all of a sudden you can turn and go to the gas station, or you can turn the other way, and I don't even know where that road takes you, man. It's kind of scary. Like, I don't even know if I want to go down that road one of these days. I've always said, one of these days I'm just going to keep driving, and it scares me to go that way. All right, I don't know why, but it's one of those things. So we have choices, and that's kind of what happens at the neuron level. It has some choices as to where this stuff's going to go, and where our body's going to go, and how we're going to get high, and things like that. And it's just not people who are getting high. This happens every single second, every split second of time. Right? They're actually thinking, and this is a pretty cool little thing. They're actually thinking that our brain, like, we're ahead of ourselves. Like, this has already happened. Now, some people write that we're like 2 minutes behind our brain. That's kind of weird, right? Like 2 minutes is a long time. But if you start to think about the process of it, our brain is constantly ahead of where our body's at. And so we got neurons and things like that firing all the time. You know, we've got neurons that are firing that are moving my fingers. I'm talking. All right, I see blue, I see green, I see red, I see everything. You know, I take this all in. All right, it's no wonder sometimes we go crazy. Right? And when we start to see kids and things like that who are suffering from autism or from ADHD or from ADD, all right, no wonder they're using drugs to kind of slow it down and to slow that process down, because they see all this stuff going on and they can't take it in. And how frustrating is that for people? You know, how frustrating can that be? And so that may be a key component to a self-destructive behavior that we're going to see, okay, as it comes along. All right, so here's what one of the little critters look like. Not that you're ever going to get tested on this or anything, but this is Biology 101, back to the day, okay? This is an actual nerve cell, and the thing is, for most of us, this hasn't changed either in your biology book, okay? It's pretty much the same. And it kind of looks like a little worm, all right? And it has little fingers and things like that. This is the presynaptic neuron, all right? And when I say presynaptic, what I mean by that is that this is where the message is going, all right? It's flowing this way, all right? Now, what's really amazing is that it'll flow this way, and all of a sudden it's flowing back this way. It can happen really quick. We walk over, we touch a hot stove, all right? Boom, it's back to us right now, all right? That's the neurons talking to us, okay? And so you see all the things, the little myelin sheath, this little fatty thing, the axon terminal, these little dendrites right here. Now, when we get two of these together, all right, you've got this is just one. When we get two of them together, they actually don't touch, right? They kind of set like this, all right? And inside of there is what's called the synaptic gap. And we're going to talk a little bit about what happens at that level, all right? Anytime we have a transmission going on in the human body, all right, we have to have what's called an action potential. Something's got to come in. The messenger has to be there. So, for those of us who are who drink alcohol, all right, or smoke or things like that, our body is waiting for that cigarette or for that alcohol, or for, in that matter, for that prescription that you're taking, for a beta blocker or whatever. Okay, it just doesn't have to be the bad things. It can be the good things as well. And what happens is it goes in there, it gets into our blood takes it to our brain then sits there and says, okay, what am I going to do with this stuff? All right, how do I control where this goes? And when we start to look at that complexity, it's fascinating. It totally is fascinating where it happens. Now, in order for an action potential to actually happen, our body has to have certain amounts of potassium, certain amounts of sodium, and all these things in order for that to happen. Now, anybody a biology person or anything like that? Anybody take biology a lot or not? They teach whole courses on this right here. Whole 16-week courses on the action potential of the human body. We're not doing service. Okay? Just know that that action potential is there, and we're getting ready for that neuron to start to fire, to go off. All right? Now, a little bit about our nervous system that's out there. All right? We have the somatic nervous system, and that's our voluntary actions, our sensory information, our overload, what we're taking in. Okay? So that's part of that. We have the autonomic nervous system. which consists of a sympathetic and parasympathetic branch. And in that branch, in this autonomic nervous system part, the part that we think about the most with that is the fight-or-flight mechanism. I'm going to go after you, or I'm going to run. Okay? I'm going to take this drug, and I'm going to get high, and I'm going to like it, and things like that. And so that's that whole fight-or-flight mechanism. And then obviously we have the CNS, which makes up the brain, the spinal cord, all the structures, so to speak, of the brain. And we're going to talk about them in just a second. All right, some of those structures and what actually happens in our brain, and take you back a little bit. It helps us to understand, I think, where we're headed. Okay? Now, down here, you're going to see a word called acetylcholine. All right, a big word. It's a neurotransmitter. All right, but it's a neurotransmitter at the muscular or neuromuscular junction. Okay, and what I want to just kind of talk to you about with acetylcholine is this. We all have it. It's keeping you upright right now. It's telling your muscle cells to keep you upright. It's telling your muscle cells that you're moving your foot. Okay, it's amazing what it's doing structurally for us at the neuromuscular junction. Okay, so that's just one component of a neurotransmitter. And right now we have about 300 known neurotransmitters. There are a couple of people out there that think that we may have about 2,000 or 3,000 that we're unaware of our body. Now, when we start to talk about the neurotransmitters, a lot of our prescription drugs that we're giving people and that doctors and docs give people, they play on this neurotransmitter. Okay? Adderall, Paxil, all right, for depression. They all play on that neurotransmitter junction, all right, serotonin, dopamine, and things like that, okay? And so just so you know that, all right, and like I said, that whole fight or flight mechanism, all right, many of our psychoactive drugs take place in this autonomic nervous system. This is the part where we start to see the drive. You start to see the drive for the drug, that whole, I want to get high, I want to feel great, and things like that. So just be aware of that. Also, talks about our internal environment and our involuntary functions. So it takes care of our whole body. Things we don't have to think about. All right? It keeps my heart beating. All right? It makes me blink. All those things that we don't think about. Now, what's really weird about blinking is that you can blink on your own, or it just happens. All right, and so involuntary things like that as well. Respiration rates are there. Okay, and so what happens a lot of the times when we see people who are ODing, all right, and the best way that I can say this is I look at the brain as a sponge. Okay, brain is a sponge. You set a sponge in water, and what happens? Yeah, but it'll float for a while, right? And then all of a sudden you push it down. And then all of a sudden it starts to take it in. And then pretty soon it's saturated. And then all of a sudden it's running out. Okay? And all the water's like running out and you haven't squeezed it yet. You haven't done anything to go. All right? It's ready to just sit there and get ready to just get wrung out. All right? And that's how alcohol actually, and most drugs, work in the human body. All right? It starts in the top, and then it goes into our brain and down through our brain, and then it gets to those mechanisms that cause addiction, our reward center of our brain. All right, there's a little place in there called the amygdala. All right, the hippocampus, the thalamus. All right, all these little structures in our brain, and we have two of them because we've got two hemispheres. All right, we're locked right down here. We can take this one and pull it out, and take that one and pull it out. You know, if you take this one and pull it out, there's actually people that can still live. It's amazing. All right, hemispherectomies they call them. They'll take a whole half of a person's brain out and they can still function. So that tells you how much we really need. Okay. But it also tells you if you've got two of these things in your brain, all right, how much it can actually fire you and get you ready to rock and roll. Okay. So, drugs, the mechanisms of it. All right. We know, and this is a great. I love this this slide, and I think for those of you who are in treatment and things like that, I think you could use this with your clients. You can use it with students. You can use it with a lot of different people. All right. And basically what it says is this. Hey, we have a biological or genetic factor. Okay? And we can even break it down. Okay? There are a heck of a lot more male addicts than there are female addicts, right? You girls just cover it better. Right? Us guys, we get all like crazy and gotta go beat people up and shit, and we get in trouble and we're, you know. But girls are sneaky. You girls are sneaky, man. You know, you ladies are sneaky. And so you just kind of sneak around. You know, you put the pint of peppermint schnapps in the back of the toilet. Keep it warm. Keep it nice and cool in the toilet water. Never heard of people doing that? It's a great stash place. I just told you the stash place, all right? So when you go home tonight, take the cover off, just like, yep, he's an alcoholic. Damn it, I knew it. All right? You know, but those whole things, mental health disorders, the whole genetic aspect of what's going on. All right? Now we know that the environment plays a huge role as well. All right? From our social factors, what we're going to do, our expectations that are out there with people, okay? Peer influences, what's going on after school, what's happening in school, all right? Those are the things that are, you know, as a community, we have to look at the community attitude towards it. And I don't know what the community attitude is towards drugs out here. What is it? What's the community attitude towards drugs out here?
Depends on who you ask.
Depends on who you ask. All right. So let me ask, who's a tribal member? What's the community attitude out here?
Well, I think we have a big push of, we don't like it, we don't want it here, but we have community members that are, so there's got to be an acceptance of it too. Because there's a huge population of.
And sweetheart, it's just not your community. If we stopped off this reservation and we went to Midland, it's that community. You know, it's how do we don't like it, but we socially put up with it. Why? Nobody wants to speak out because then your house gets bombed. Huh? People are coming to get you. You're going to get thieved. You're going to get robbed. You're going to get shot. Why else? What are the other communities? Money. Money's huge. And I'm not just talking this community, folks. I want to expand it to you. If you're off this reservation, look at your own community. What are some things out there? All right? I hate to put the law enforcement in it, but what's the, you work here, right? I mean, what's the attitude?
Well, you know, you can take a couple of point of views. You know, it depends on who you accept, depends on who you ask.
Right.
Overall, in the last years or in the last 2 weeks, because of
What's happened?
significant events. So, you know, obviously there's a lot of factors that go into it.
No, there's huge factors that get into it. And you just played the political card very well.
Well,
and
I mean,
all right, you did.
but I think that's where, because I was a sheriff's department paramedic in the city of Flint, so it's obviously it's rampant there, and you know it's just more confined here in the res than in this community. But yeah, it's just.
In Flint, it's 14 square miles. Here, it's 5 square miles. You know, and in any given day, you know what's happening and what's going on. You know, what is our attitude? What else? Come on, what else? Community attitude towards drugs right now. Socially acceptable? Not right now. All right. We've got some people that maybe are a little bit upset. A little bit pissed off because it's hitting their family. All right? What can we do to change some of the attitudes that are out here? Let's be honest, man. The kids are probably looking at all of you and going like this. Right? Yeah. What do you know? You didn't eat it. Shit, heroin wasn't even around when you... Yes, it was. All right? Monsters weren't, though, but...
I just think now is more accessible, and then
when you were younger, people would try it, but here now, we just have the money to support their families.
Right. And if it's not here, all right, that they have the money, and we're in Midland, they're finding ways to find the money. They've got trucks that are backing up the houses. We've got people now that are finding ways on cell phones to actually mimic garage door openers and hammer them and open the garage door openers and drive in and go into the house and hit it. The garage door goes down, they're in, thief it, rob it, turn around, walk out and go. You know, and so it's here. Is it ever going to leave? All right? So why do we so many times then just go and throw our hands up in the air when it comes to the community? You know, and we sat there, and like I said, in my community back home, all right, we have this whole problem, all right, where people do not want to address it, and somebody, some way, somehow, things like this start to address the problem. All right, they start to address it. So we got the biological, the environmental, and then we see the drug coming in. Okay? And what that drug does, like you said, money, cost, things like that. You know, I'm sure many of us can think back to the first time that we actually used a drug. Okay? Or that we got high. Or that we did something that we weren't supposed to do. Go out behind the, you know, back in my day, it was go out behind the bar and smoke a cigarette. Right? Like that was like, oh my God, if I get caught doing this, man. First of all, hopefully I don't burn the bar down, but oh well, you know. And most of us did it, you know. And then so what we see then is the actual drugs getting into the brain and changing our brain chemistry. And starting to look at what's happening with the addiction process in the brain and what's really and truly going on. All right? What really and truly is going on. There are social factors. There are genetic factors. There are environmental factors. There's things at home. There's all that stuff is there. All right? But ultimately, it comes down to what's going on in here. In each one of us, not just the addict, in each and every one of us. It comes down to what's happening in there. All right, so just to kind of let you know what's going on here a little bit with the brain and things like that, I kind of just like to go over it really quickly. All right, you talk about the frontal lobe. That's that frontal part of your brain. Talks about your inhibitions, things like that. Appropriate behaviors, inappropriate behaviors, things like that. And then you start to see the other types of things that our motor functions we start to lose that. We start to lose the touch stimulation and things like that. So when you think about your own alcohol use, all right, and you start to have a few beers, all right, and the brain starts to get saturated up in here, all right, what's the first thing that happens? You go to stand up and you go, all right, I'm cool, all right. Then all of a sudden, you know, somehow, some way, it's like we lose our hearing, right? Hey, come on over here, man, let's get buzzed out, you know? And so our brain is just taking it all in. Start to see double vision, start to see things that we don't see. And again, that brain acts as that sponge. And if it's not just alcohol, it's heroin, it's marijuana, it's all of those things. Now, they do drive a little bit differently in the body as what we want. You know, if we want to, you know, I would love someday to have somebody just shoot up water and tell them it's the best heroin they've ever had. Man, this is shit. We'll color it a little bit brown, all right? Get a good coloring in it and say, man, this is the stuff, man, this is it. And you have, I guarantee you have people just thriving, man, just surgery. And then just tell them, you know what, man, then you just shut up water. You know, and ruin your butts. All right? Because there is this whole thing in our brain as to what we expect, what we're going to get. All right? Most of us know that. Most of us know that, you know, if you go out and you want to have a good time, you're going to go. All right? I didn't bring a real human brain, so I'm just going to show a half of one here, and it's not real, and things like that. Just kind of want to show you where we're talking about. All right? We're going to be talking deep within inside the brain right in here. Okay? Right in this area of the brain, the deeper part of the brain, All right, that's where we're starting to see the reward centers of the brain happening. You know, we get people who go and work out. All right, can working out be an addiction? Heck yeah, it can be. All right, get up in the morning. All right, 5 o'clock in the morning, put your stuff on. All right, first of all, you're crazy. Right, 5 o'clock in the morning, you know, you're nuts. Okay, so and then all of a sudden you get down there and you know you're doing Jillian Michaels shit, you know, like this stuff, you know, and all that other good stuff, and you do that for a half hour. All right, and you get all done with Jillian Michaels, and man, you're flying high. This part of the brain is what you're affecting. All right, the interior portion of the brain, way down deep inside the brain, and it's neurotransmitters and neuroconnectors. We all have it. We all have it. We all have something that drives that brain to think what we want it to do. All right, and what we're looking for. So, I'm going to talk just a little bit about what's called dopamine. How many of us ever heard dopamine? Anybody? Okay. All right. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that it's been around the world of addiction for probably 20 years. All right, and things like that. They're starting to gain a little bit of knowledge on dopamine and what it actually does. Okay, we know that it stabilizes us a little bit, things like that. It is related to psychotic behavior as well, and so we have to take a look at that one. And we do have medications that will help with dopamine levels and things like that. So we want to make sure that we do that. They also have components for the reward process of the brain. All right, giving the body the reward. It's both what we call in the world. It likes drugs and it also dislikes drugs a little bit. All right, and so it's one of those neurotransmitters that we really and truly, when we start to look at drug addiction and psychotic behaviors, it's one that plays a huge role in it. All right. True or false? You can OD from marijuana. Not a trick question. True or false? You can OD from marijuana. True? I don't know. All right. All the years that I've done it, I don't know. But I will tell you this: if you go to the local emergency room here in Mount Pleasant, all right, they have had a recent increase in psychotic people coming into the ER, okay, who smoke or eat marijuana, right, because they put it in the brownies and all that other stuff. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I can't eat one brownie. I'm going to eat like 6, okay, and that's where we're starting to see the psychotic behaviors. When you smoke dope and you bring that doobie to your mouth and your body says, okay, that's enough. All right, you physically don't. But I'm telling you, when you start shoving 4 or 5 cookies in your mouth, it takes a while for your body to see that marijuana in it. And all of a sudden, you are borderline ODing from marijuana. All right, because you got so much going around in your body, you're starting to have psychosis. All right, you're starting to have even more amotivational syndrome than you already did. Your ass is welded to the chair. You know, damn, these brownies are good. Better than that shit I was smoking. Well, yeah, because you ate 6 of them. You know, and so that's where we see some of that dopamine levels happen. All right. Acetylcholine is another one that we see, and we're starting to look at it with Alzheimer's patients. Not only that, but we're seeing it with motor control, all right, learning and memory storage. Okay, so does marijuana, does heroin, does drugs in this aspect kill these types of things? And we know that it does. Most addicts have very, very poor memory. Okay, have very, very hard times learning stuff again, relearning things again. All right, so these neurotransmitters at that part of the body are being conditioned differently. All right, so be aware of that. Another one is norepinephrine. Most of us probably have had this. It relates to arousal. All right, gets us up, gets us going. Okay, and things like that. And it may play a huge role in our food intake and our appetite they're starting to look at. okay? And so we need to start to take a look at those types of neurotransmitters and what they're doing in the human body at all times, okay? And like I said, I've only got like 4 or 5 of them that I wanted to kind of quickly talk about. Endorphins, these are the opioid-like chemicals that we actually have in our body, all right? We all have pain-fighting issues in our own body that are made in our own brain and that are made for us. We usually don't need to go and get other things, but many of us have a hard time tapping into that neurotransmitter, all right? Many of us can't sit still enough to relax, to helpfully help us relieve the pain that we have, all right? And when we start to look at meditation, and we start to look at some of these things that are going on with like, anybody heard of EBT therapy, tap therapy? Anybody? Yeah, there's some things, all right? I want you, I'll do tap therapy really quick. Ready? Here we go. Ready? It's cool. Ready? Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Side of your eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Underneath your eye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Middle of your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On your sternum, right here, like right next to your thing, your clavicle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come to your finger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as weird as that may sound, you feel a little bit. You feel a little bit more relaxed. You feel a little bit more taken away. All right, and we need to start doing more of that so that we can increase these natural chemicals that are happening in our brain to take care of them. Now, the brain can't determine between physical pain and mental pain. All right, it has a hard time doing that. So if we've got physical pain going on, where we've got a cut and our fingers really hurting and things like that. But it also, I'm going through a divorce, or I'm going through a breakup with a marriage, or I'm going through a hard time in my life trying to figure out what I want to do with the rest of my life and where I want to be. Our natural endorphins for that pain that is in our body there, all right, we need to get them to kick in. And we need to start to have them take a better effect. All right, so what we're really looking at here is this. All right, now this is an actual axon. This is an actual dendrite, but it's another axon, right? Okay? And what happens at the cellular level, it's pretty cool when you can see it. And I do have a short video if everything works right and we're all hooked up and we're all ready to rock and roll, and I hope we are. All right? A short video on what really happens with some of the medications that we give people who are addicted to opioids, okay? And so we'll talk about those in a few minutes, all right? But you've got these little receptors in your brain, and basically what happens is this is like a neurotransmitter, this little red stuff. These are like little neurotransmitters, all right? Let's say they're dopamine, all right? And they have to go on to the next nerve cell to excite it and get it ready to rock and roll, or sometimes they don't. They'll just stay right around in here, and they'll float around in there, all right, and wait for the next opportunity to take my bite and go, all right? And so that's what happens when we have a person who's drinking alcohol, when we have a person who's doing heroin, when we have a person who's doing cocaine, when we have a person who's getting high on caffeine, all right? These neurotransmitters flood the area, and then they go on, and it pushes it through the rest of the body and the rest of the brain. Okay? So, I'm a firm believer that it's a social issue. I'm a firm believer that it's a genetic issue. But the more and more I look at it, this is a brain disease. It's a brain disease. And we all have it. And some of us function better than others in certain situations. And some of us are really poor in certain situations with it. All right? Now, this exact same thing, you do not have to have drugs and alcohol in your human body whatsoever. You got dopamine right now going, boom, going through. You got serotonin. Serotonin is a mood stabilizer. All right? You've got something in your body going right now stabilizing your mood. Because if we were missing all that, you'd all be up here standing and going crazy. All right? We put a little bit of music on, and I'm telling you what, we'd have people up and dance because serotonin's the old mood. Let's go, hey, let's rock and roll, let's go. You know, and we'd all be up moving around. Okay? And so our bodies take that all in. You know, and any of you former addicts that are in here, you know, if there are any, and things like that, but you know, when that one song comes on the radio, and you're in your car, by yourself, you're like, oh, man, wow. Take me back, Calgon. You know, take me back to those days. And already your brain's starting to play that role on you. All right? And that's what happens with people in relapse. And relapse is continuous drug use. They're relapsing every single hour, every single minute. All right? They're looking, they're searching for that next big thing that's going to be out there. All right? All right, so, I'm going to miss that one. All right, the old heroin. Okay? I want to start to talk about that just really quickly and start to talk about that and what it is, okay? Most of us, I think, know what heroin is. Do we or don't we? Don't all speak at once. All right. What is heroin? An opiate. What's that? Pain. Okay, good. What else is heroin? What does it come from? Anybody know? A plant. An actual plant it comes from. So it's natural, so we might as well do it, just like marijuana, right? That's the one I always hear, you know. Yeah, man, pot, screw you can grow pot. Well, you can grow heroin. You can grow cocaine. Does that mean it's all right? No. What else do we know about heroin? It's a downer, meaning it brings our body down. All right? To the point sometimes where it gets so saturated into the brain that it actually makes people stop breathing and people die. Okay? The thing that scares me about the heroin and the prescription pills, heroin is really and truly no different than morphine. Okay? Some of you have been on probably morphine. Heroin's no different than Oxycontin or oxycodone. All right? And so it derives from them same pathways in the human body. The thing that scares me about heroin and about when a person takes that drug level to the next level and actually shoots up, all right? We've all been in this spot, maybe. Some of us haven't, all right? But you've all been in this spot of, man, I shouldn't drink anymore. Oh. Man, I shouldn't drink anymore. Damn it, I'm not going to drink anymore. You know, and all of a sudden your body goes, no, you're not. Nope, I'm not. Okay? Pot's the same way. I'm going to get high. I'm going to get high. I'm going to get high. I'm going to try to get higher. Well, you can't. All right? You're just blowed out right now. You can't get any higher. The thing that scares me with heroin is this, is that on this needle, in that syringe, when I'm pushing, there's nothing there to stop. If I push too hard, I'm dead. If I push too fast, I'm dead. If the stuff that I'm getting is horrible, I'm dead. Right? And your body can't control that because you push it so fast, it's over with. Right? And as many of you know, and many of you probably heard, all right, heroin addicts, a lot of them, laying right there, needle still in them, and they're just like that. Now, the thing with me is this, all right? Because I have a hard time with heroin, all right? I have a hard time with heroin because, like I said, I'm like a speed freak, all right? To sit there and do this, it's got to be about as fun as watching paint dry in my book, right? But what takes a person, how much is a person hurting so bad that they've got to put that downer in their body to get even down farther than what they are? You know, that's the part that is just amazing to me. All right? It can be smoked as well. It can be carried around a little baggie, stuff like that, smoked. They take it in smoke. They'll take it in orally if they have to, won't they? They'll shove it right down their mouth. Put it to the eater. Eat it. I'm not getting caught with it. Okay. A couple of years ago, we had a pretty bad batch going around. All right. It was heroin and fentanyl. All right. Fentanyl, for those of you who don't know, it's a prescription drug for like muscle relaxers and stuff like that. And it was mixed up, and the closest that I ever got to it and knew where it was coming from, it was a batch that was made and came up out of the Flint area. It came out of the Flint area. I don't know how it got to Flint, but once it got to Flint, we started to see ERs around here having people coming in with ODs all the time. And it was a bad, bold batch of heroin that's out there. And so they were taking not only one downer, they were taking another downer, because you can't just do pure heroin. All right? It's just like cocaine. You can't do pure cocaine. You've got to split it. You've got to mess with it a little bit. All right? And so they cut it. Back in the day, they used to cut crack cocaine. Anybody know what they used to cut crack cocaine with? They make baking soda, stuff like that. But a lot of times they used to cut it with laxatives. All right? And whenever I was doing like group therapy with my clients, and we get talking about crack cocaine, then I had people just like, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm like, seriously? We're talking about crack cocaine? Yeah, I gotta go. Like, and I'm trying to figure out, why the hell I gotta go to the bathroom all the time? You know, was I getting too close to their addiction or whatever? And then finally I found out that, no, they cut it with a laxative. So we start talking about it, and all of a sudden they're kind of like, I gotta go. You know, the other thing is you started talking about cocaine. You got a former cocaine room or addict in the room who was a sniffer. I'm telling you what, he'll start doing this. It's amazing that our behaviors are still there after years and years of being sober and things like that, where they will just actually things like that. Right? So just be aware of that kind of stuff. All right? It interferes with the ability to perceive pain in our human body. Right? So it does do some blocking of those receptors. It allows us, and it blocks the brain of that fear of that. All right? It's a white to dark brown powder, almost like tar-like. All right? They got it usually, most of them will have a spoon of some sort that they've made, and they've kicked over. All right? They have to have some type of water, and they usually have to have some type of syringe to get it in their body. All right? Do we got any fellow diabetics on insulin in the room? Anybody? Everybody bit to it? Yeah. You got a pen? A language pen? They haven't got there yet, but you got to believe it's coming. Those of you know what I'm talking about, the Lannis pen where you just dial it up? All right, you dial up your insulin and things like that, and then you just put a little thing on it? I'm sure that's the next big thing. Oh, I'm just going to dial up to 20 and I'm going to take it. Okay? And so I think that's going to be another huge thing that we see, the pens and stuff like that. It is over in it's an income for Afghanistan and those countries over there. You really think we're fighting a war? I was watching a Drugs Inc. show, and this guy was doing heroin. All right, he was one of the ringleaders. Well, he wasn't the ringleader. He was in Chicago. He had 20 dealers working for him. Okay, he had 20 opioid dealers working for him, under him. There was 3 or 4 guys ahead of him. Now, you know, addicts kind of like to lie a little bit. They stretch the truth a little bit. But even if this guy's stretching the truth just a little bit, okay, he said on film, on camera, with one of these things over his, bandana over his face so he couldn't be seen and stuff like that, he was making $17,000 a day. I'm in the wrong damn business. $17,000 a day. You bring back that whole money thing that we talked about earlier, and they ask him, how much of it do you use? None. My drug of choice is cocaine. Well, yeah, it'd have to be, because man, you wouldn't be selling if you were not now, and things like that. So, so just be aware of what it looks like. Start to look for things, syringes, things like that are out there. Needles. They will. Most of them start with heroin. with a prescription medication. Most of them do, correct? She works over at 1016 and things like that. Most of them start out with Oxycontin or oxycodone. All right? And I know for a fact I've been on it. Okay? I've been on oxys. I was given them for pain and things like that. I'm telling you what, they're scary. All right? One stat I read, all right, and this was coming from it was the Journal of Medicine, all right, and I ran it past Sam yesterday because I couldn't believe the stat that it was. It says that 90% of people who take Oxycontin, not as prescribed, they take it a little bit different. Maybe they take 2 instead of 1. Maybe they wait 4 hours instead of 8, all right, to take care of the pain. So in other words, they're kind of abusing their prescription. 90% of those people that are abusing their oxy prescription go on to heroin. And do we know why? It's cheaper, much cheaper. Oxycodones right now on the street, do you know how much they're going for or not?
It's like $80 for one tablet.
Yeah, $80 for one tablet.
And those are just for the Vicodin or the
Vicodin.
hydrocodone.
Yep.
The Norfolk is what concerns us because it's pure, there's no Tylenol or anything else. It's pure. Those are actually going for about $150 to $200
For one pill. For one pill. All right. So here's something interesting that when I first started to hear the world of Oxycontins and stuff like that. I was working. I used to do a summer job and work at a canoe livery up north. And I had a gentleman. He was 67 years old. He says, I gotta go downstate. And I'm like, why? He says, I gotta go get my prescription. And I was like, oh, okay. I said, can you get it like at Rite Aid Standish? And he's like, no, I gotta go get it from my doctor and stuff. I was like, oh, you're all right. I said, what are you taking? He says, oh, I got Oxycontin. I'm like, oh, cool. He goes, don't worry. He said, I don't take it. I'm like, you know? He said, no. I said, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I go down, my doc gives me 90-day scripts. He says, I go and fill them, and I drive through the streets of Saginaw. He says, I got 2 guys. He says, and I got them gone. He says, I got a $5 copay. And I says, how much you make? He says, $30 a pill. 3 times a day I take them for 90 days. Figure that money out. Okay? It's huge, you know, when we start to look at how much they are and what they're going for. And then heroin, about 15, 20 bucks is what it's costing people from what I understand. Am I about right? Somewhere in that vicinity. I would say maybe a little bit more. Price probably goes up when you go minutes.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
It depends on the purity.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're mixing with rat poison or whatever, you know.
And that's the thing. They mix it with everything. Folks, they mix this stuff with anything and everything to cut it down. And by the time it gets to, you know, Mount Pleasant, Michigan, it's been stepped on probably 10, 12, 13 times before it gets here. Because they'll go and buy, you know, this much. Well, we're going to cut that in half. We're going to make it last this much, and so on and so forth. That's what I mean when I say stepped on. They cut it down and purify it, takes the purity away from it a little bit. All right. So the whole Afghanistan, the whole war over to the Middle East and stuff like that. All right. You know, is it about oil? Maybe like the tar like oil. Opium, you know, it could be. It could be one of those things. Here's what it kind of looks like, really quick, Mike, so you guys can see it because it probably didn't print really well. All right, black tarry stuff, sometimes a little white, a little redness to it sometimes. Sometimes it's more like a little grayish, charcoalish color as well. And so that's kind of how it appears. What they do with it from there depends on how the person wants to take it. You know, if they want to sniff it, if they want to inject it, things like that. You know, when you start to think about injecting drugs, you've taken the next step in abuse as far as I'm concerned. You know, you've taken it to another level. I don't know, do we have a needle program here? Has that even been talked about? All right, I mean, that's something, some communities have done needle programs, and a lot of people will be like, we're not doing needle programs. That's like saying, go ahead and do it.
There's some issue with state licensed programs doing that.
There's actually, in British Columbia, there's actually a treatment center in British Columbia where you can come into the bottom of the treatment center. It's a 2-story building. You can come into the bottom of the treatment center with your needle, or you don't even have to have needles. They will give you needles, they'll give you the syringes, they'll give you the piping, they'll give you everything, and you can walk in with your own heroin and you can shoot up right in that facility. All right? It's clean, you're not dirty. I'm telling you, when you start to see some of the horror stories of these people who are actually going over to mud puddles and pulling water out to get high, you know, in city streets and things like that, that's scary, scary stuff, what they're putting in their body. All right? We also have these people that are sharing needles, all right? You know, sharing needles, blood-to-blood contact, those types of things. And I was just wondering if there was, or if they have the ability here to get needles. And the thing there is this: how are they? You know, how is that perceived? You know, how would that be perceived? Okay.
I know that's, you know, I know we've discussed that at the department, but our biggest concern is not so much the needle transfer, is that the FDA is coming down with giving Narcan over the counter, like go buy aspirin. I don't know. That's our big concern, because it's saying, go shoot up, you're going to be able to get this, buy it off the counter.
And basically, those who don't know what Narcan is Narcan kind of blocks the high. All right? There are also injections that we can give people with Narcan and things like that. So if anybody's actually ODing from heroin, you can just walk up to them just like an EpiPen, shove it in their leg, hit them with it, all right? And instantaneously, guess what? She comes right out of it. And then, not only do you have a live person, but you got a live person that's pissed off at you because you just ruined their high. You know? And so, but yeah, it's the FDA is coming down with it. The socially accepted part of it, it does scare me.
Yeah, like I said, the one form we're actually looking at is not as much an injection, it's a nasal spray.
Nasal spray that they have. Yep, they've got that too.
It's a metered amount, but still, you know, it's, you know, those were years past by, you know,
Right.
ER, by paramedics. I mean, I've given Narcan hundreds of times in my career, but this new way they're giving it and letting it get out there, it's
scary.
It's scary.
Yeah, it's scary because it's basically saying, hey, there we go, throw our arms up in the air again. All right? Throw our arms up in the air again. All right, cool.
The flip side of that, just to argue that
Yeah.
a little bit, is that it can save lives.
It does.
You know, it instantly puts you into the
Instantaneous.
That's what you're getting first, but then you got to address that medicine too. You know, so yeah, you could do the EpiPen-like thing with the nasal spray, but if you do it in there, it doesn't necessarily end the bad news.
Right. And I think, you know, again, and being, it comes down to quality or quantity of life. Always. When we start to talk about situations or things that can help people with their substance abuse problem. You know? Do we let them die? Or do we shoot them and say, boom, here it is, and take it, hit the nasal spray, and let them come out? All right? Let's take 5. Get up and move around. I got some people that are getting sore butts. Get up and move around. 5 minutes. Get up, let's go. And we're going to finish up.
Some sweetgrass oil. Very sweet.
Better have woolly dries on. Gotta take his gloves off.
And the ladies made me proud. And everyone admired their cups and their wooden things. And they're prepared and have the right tobacco and helped in the kitchen. We came back early for Virginia's funeral. So we got there. So. Yeah. Got a little something. Ever since we went out.
I'm actually starting to feel a little bit better. Yeah, just the throat thing.
I don't think she couldn't give it back.
It's really good. I researched before I came, so I saw how they have to load it down. Put it in a syringe. Very needed though, this is really good for the community. How's everybody? Good, I brought bourbon. I said, come on in. Oh, sure. So what do you got coming up? Oh, jeez. Lots. Nothing this weekend, thank goodness. But Monday, Urban's tradition as well as, and then Tuesday's Nancy, we're going to fire conference for DB. Wednesday after work, I have to go to Saginaw. We're doing Montesquieu. Thursday,
Yeah.
in Detroit on
But I put my jacket over already. Yeah.
Donnie kind of picked up 5 from the old person. So we're not going to run out. And number 2 down. So they would run out. Or worse. So we're going to do some. going down with one sweat. Yeah, next Saturday, the 7th. And with that, no, then we go, then we go the first meeting. You go put that cast in my the other thing is, when we're going to go, sometime next month, just gotta find the date. So I can get a card there. What I gotta do is go to the main ones. Anyone else who goes to the main ones. He's been asking for the and I got all the jars already. Like you want your own personal size and really nice to go see you.
All right, if we can start to reconvene a little bit. All right, I want to start to get to some of the physical signs and symptoms that we see in people, all right? And actually what heroin starts to do, and as I like to kind of put it, it starts to eat the body up a little bit, all right? It starts to take veins and make them collapse and all these other things. So what are some of the signs that a person is using heroin? These are some things that you can kind of use to judge it a little bit. All right, they're going to have that euphoria, a little bit of drowsiness, more so than normal. Okay, they're also going to have impaired mental functioning. They're not going to be thinking clearly. They'll kind of have this kind of like the oh man, wow, you know, and things like that. Slow down respiration rates because we know that it does trigger on the body to slow down respiration rates, and inevitably that's what it does when a person actually ODs, is when they shoot too much of it, it just tells the body to stop breathing. And it shuts the body down, so it stops that. One big thing that you can kind of, it's kind of a little trick, constricted pupils, they're going to be pinpoint. They're going to look like a pin dot, all right? That's usually an opioid type characteristic or behavior. And so if you suspect somebody that might be using things like that, just walk up and, you know, if you can get close enough to them, look at their eyeballs. All right? They will be pinpointed, dotted, constricted pupils. Most all, let me just think, morphine, all heroin type of drugs will do this. All right? And then they're going to have that nausea. And that usually happens when they're coming down. A lot of them will call it getting vogue, all right? Or they're starting to get sick, they're starting to get flu-like symptoms. These are things that happen after the heroin starts to leave the body a little bit. It is very physically, it takes a physical toll on the human body. And they start to get sick, they possibly need detoxed, and they need to be somewhere where they can do that. Some of them may be given Suboxone, some of them may be giving some other drugs that are out there to help them with those types of withdrawal symptoms. The sweats, nausea, vomiting, cramping, A lot of them that I've experienced and seen, they almost go into the fetal position. All right, like the fetal position, it's just very, very sick for them. Okay? Short-term effects, a single dose, couple hours, they're probably going to be okay. All right, on a single dose, things like that. They will complain a little bit of a dry mouth. All right, warm, flushy skin may be happening with them as well. All right, they get what's called the nod, and that's the part of the high that I don't get. That's the part of the high that I don't quite understand. Why do you want to get high just to nod out? You know, I mean, I understand Kel got to take me away and just relax and all these other things, but they're forcing themselves to go and do that. Mental functioning starts to become, they start to depress that central nervous system, so they're not, their thought process and things like that are not normal, all right? They're slowing things down in their life, all right? And the other thing is a slurred speech, slow gait, the constricted pupils, they may get droopy eyelids, right? Like they get kind of droopy eyelids as well. So that's another key thing that you can kind of look to and look into and look for in addicts that are happening and experiencing this. And again, vomiting, nausea, constipation sometimes as well. As many of you probably know, most addicts don't eat really well. All right, they put their body through hell, and so be aware of that kind of stuff. We will start to see collapsed veins, all right? Start to get infections in the heart, lining of the heart and things like that. This drug's nasty in the human body. And what I mean by collapsed veins is, I guess the only way I can kind of say it, I was just talking to somebody at break and stuff like that, and this kind of just, this drug isn't new, folks. This drug's been around since the 70s, 80s. It's just, it's making its head again. All right, it's just making its head. It's starting to show again. All right, when in let's see, that would have been about 1995-ish, I think, somewhere in that area. I had some heroin addicts who were coming in at that time, and this young lady, the only place she could shoot up in her body left was on her pinky toe on her right-hand side, because her feet were very skinny and she could hit a vein there. All the rest of them were like almost collapsed. They would go away. She said she remembers a couple times sitting there and syringing up and getting the plastic on and tying off and tapping, all right, and sitting there and poking for hours trying to find the vein. Okay, and so she finally was able to poke and find her place. The last place that she could do it was in a pinky toe on her foot. I've heard of people who have actually shot up in their penis and things like that. People who shoot up in their breast because your blood vessels run close in the breast area. We do have, and you don't see it very often, but you will have people who will actually do the carotid, and that's the one right here. And they just boom, and hammer and go right to the brain. All right, and so you got to start looking for scars, tracking, blood. You know, because these people are poking around, there's blood usually on them somewhere, on their pants, on their clothing somewhere as well. And so just be aware of that. Anybody else have heard anybody shooting up other places than that? I mean, I've heard a lot. I mean, and I've seen a lot where people have done that. You know, we're talking about a drug that you got to shoot up for. Some people it's once a day. Sometimes people it's 3, 4, 5 times a day. They're searching and seeking for that. All right.
I've had
Yep.
under the tongue.
Under the tongue. That's an easy one to get to, wouldn't it be? You know. The other thing, you know, we talk about ways to get high. You got over at college, they're doing vodka shots in the eyeball. Yeah, try that one out. Ouch is exactly what I would say. Okay? But again, we're going to start to see like pulmonary stuff, meaning respirations. You're going to see people who get bronchitis, those types of things, those types of lung things. We'll start to see the liver and the kidneys start to start to malfunction. We'll start to see people get a little bit of a yellowish or tone to themselves. What do they call that when the babies? Jaundice, thank you. All right, we'll start to see a little bit of jaundice. That could be because of the heroin. It also could be because of hepatitis C and stuff like that, and the heps that are out there as well, because they are actively shooting needles into their arms and things like that. So that cross-contamination of people's, bodies and stuff like that. So, obviously, over time, we'll start to see that physical dependency. We'll start to see that addiction take its role. And sometimes when we see a sudden withdrawal from people, we can actually have them get pretty sick and actually die. And sometimes that withdrawal takes 7 to 10 to 12 days in some people, all right, to come totally off and totally clean. Some people are on Suboxone for a long time. Some people are on it for a very short period of time. It just all depends where you're at with your physical dependency that's there. All right. There is a huge glamorization of heroin and things like that. I've searched the web. I've watched many documentaries and things like that. But the sad thing is on YouTube, I could probably sit all day and watch people shooting up on heroin. It's like they video themselves to show you how to get high and things like that. And that's the sad reality, and the sad part of the internet, I think, is that it's a great thing, but man, it's scary stuff. All right, obviously acceptance, coolness, stuff like that, fit in with the crowd, be one, somebody that's doing it. Again, these are all kinds of symptoms of why people use drugs in the first place, but there seems to be a little bit more of a glamour with heroin than there is like with marijuana, alcohol, and stuff like that. And again, there should be, because I think you've taken that substance abuse to that next level. This is an intense drug. It's a scary aspect, if you ask me. Some of the street names that we have out here, and maybe we can add some to this and things like that you guys have heard. Obviously, H, Mac, Junk, Horse, China White, Black Tar, Brown. Anybody heard anything around here? What they're calling it? Shit. Get the shit. Okay. And so that's out there. Anybody else? Any other ones? You ever seen or heard about? Okay. So these are some of the key words that maybe you would want to at least listen for that are out there. Maybe if some of the people in the community are saying some of this stuff, I'm sure they have their own code words as well that it doesn't get out very often as to what they are and things like that. So when we can take it, we will.
Well, I was just going to say, getting back to that last picture with the dramatization and whatnot.
Yep.
You got movies like American Gangster, where, that was about a real guy in New Jersey, but it's grossly fictionalized, where he's made out to be a local hero because he never used it himself, but he's giving food to the community based on the money he made from heroin. Yeah. So there was parts of that movie that were true, but it's just. And then people look up to that because they have nothing else to, and it's sad.
100%, how many people in here know people that think that movies are real? Movies are called movies for a reason, all right? They catch our entertainment and things like that, but, oh, that really happened, on that one movie. No, that's a movie, and so we got to take a look at that glamorization that's out there. I'm sure it's here as well. All right, kind of put the old dead man walking type of thing. That's the only thing that I can come up with as to what I think really and truly heroin does to a person's body. It eats it away. It really and truly affects every single aspect of their life. It's sad to see what's going on in the Americas today, and so just be aware that that's kind of happening. All right, I'm hoping that we can get to. Some of the other symptoms that we have, and this is 6 to 8 hours after your last dosage. So if somebody hasn't had the drug in their body for 6 to 8 hours, these are some of the things that they will start to exhibit. All right, a runny nose, muscle and bone pain that's associated with it as well. All right, distress and restlessness, they can't sit still. They start to think about the next high. The diarrhea, the vomiting, we'll start to see hot flashes and pretty profuse sweating as well. So a heavy sweating and stuff like that. Cold flashes and goosebumps, basically it's the temperature in the human body, all right, that's starting to be affected a little bit. Insomnia, they just cannot go to sleep, and things like that. And then an overwhelming need for more heroin. I've got to get it, because if I don't get it, I'm going to get sick. And that's the scary part for them. They get scared, all right, because they know the minute it's gone, they've got to start looking again. Because it's not, this withdrawal is not a pretty picture. Not a pretty picture whatsoever. All right? Some of these stats are from old, but just to kind of say to you, about 87,000 of those people that were new heroin addicts were 12 to 25 years old. This stat is still in existence to today. All right, the age group that we see is the youth to the middle of 25, 30 years old. We are seeing a dramatic increase in those people over 50. Why? Because they get prescription Oxycontin. And so we are starting to see some of the elderly population who are starting to exhibit heroin addiction. And so just be aware of that. Don't think it's just a 20 to 30-year-old kid, typical male, and things like that, hat on sideways, pants down around your ankles. It's not, you can't make it typical anymore. It's the elderly population. More and more are getting there. We've actually had in a couple of different nursing homes who have, in my area, who actually have a couple of clients on Suboxone. And they're elderly people in the assisted living. They were just taking the medications. They take it, and so that is happening out there. Heroin is responsible for about 40% of the deaths caused solely by a single drug use, by one drug. About 40% of the deaths that we see in the United States right now are sole drug is heroin use. All right. So this stuff's nasty. It's out there. It's here. It's everywhere. That it's around. And the thing is that we have been. We've kind of been, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, not victims. Well, maybe we are victims. Of a pill takes care of everything. Anybody know how many pharmacies there are in Mount Pleasant? Well, at my last count, I was at 12, but I think I missed some. Because there's one up here, right? And then there's one in Dept, right? Okay, and so then there's got to be, then you've got Mount Pleasant Pharmacy, you've got Walmart, you've got Rite Aid, you've got Walgreens. That wasn't good enough. We got to put a CVS right across the road, right by campus. All right, we've got downtown drugs. There's 2 here. There's 2 Walgreens. All right, we've got Kroger, Meijer. I mean, it's scary. And now, hey, listen. Somebody's house, probably within a mile of here, they've got their own little pharmacy as well. Right? I can guarantee you they do. And I can guarantee you if I go to your house, you got your own little pharmacy too. And it's that 3rd drawer on the left-hand side. No, I haven't looked it up. All right, but you were like, damn, how did you know that? All right? But we do. And we've got to start to look at that. That we have our own pharmacies in our own houses. And things like that, because they're everywhere. Drugs are everywhere, and kids are going to find that. All right, and so just be aware of that. And so if a pill's good for us, heroin, stuff like that, why isn't that stuff good for us? And go along that lines of thinking. I'm hoping this place. Let's hope. I don't know if we're going to even be able to hear it, but let's see. No. may not work. We got assistant administrator problem. That's okay. I'm all right with that. For those of you who want to, that's a short 10-minute video on naltrexone. Okay? And it does a great job in talking about a medication that can help individuals coming off of drugs or off of heroin. The bad thing about it is this, all right? It's a drug that we can't give to somebody until about 3 to 5 days after they've been clean. And what it does is it blocks the opioid receptors in the body, all right? So it blocks it so that the heroin can't get in there. In those little vesicles that I talked about earlier, it basically will block those so that the high cannot get in anymore. All right? And so if you YouTube it and just put neurobiology and heroin, it pops right up, okay, and goes from there. Now, to kind of end and just start thinking about ending here and stuff like that, these are some of the things that I have, I do in my class every semester. I do what's new in substance abuse. All right? And I have the kids, and I tell them, what's new in substance abuse? Tell me what's out there. Okay? Tell me what's out there, what's going on, what are people doing. It was the first time about 3 years ago where I ever heard of the vaporization of alcohol. All right? And vaporizing it and stuff like that. The first one's great. They're licking toads to get high. I've done a little research on this one because, you know, you can't always take what students are giving you. All right? But some forms of toads give off a hallucinogenic mucus that if you lick it, you can get high on. Okay? So we thought they'd pissing on us, they give us words. That was bad enough, right? And so we have that. All right? We now have a caffeine powder that you can get on the internet. You can order. So you don't even need to drink. You just put it in the water. Just a little bit of powder, a little. All right? We know that there's also powdered alcohol as well. Anybody heard of that or seen it? Anybody try it? Nobody willing to do that? Okay. It's out there as well. Liquid crystal meth. We're starting to see some of that stuff out there, which is a little bit different than the crystal meth itself and crystallization. They're making it into a liquid form so they can drink it. I would have to think it's got to just tear your guts up. That's what I kind of think, man. I mean, you're putting Drano and shit down your mouth. I don't understand how you can do that, but, you know. But yeah. The choking game. Anybody heard of the choking game? Huh? You want to explain what it is?
Actually, I was just talking to my daughter about it. She was in health class, but it's basically they're choking each other before they pass out.
Right. Right, and there's a high to it. And in the world of sex, it's called, you know, like sadistic and all this other stuff, all right? But there is that. What they do is they will take the drug and then they'll have somebody physically choke them almost out. And the high is supposed to be just so intense and so cool and so great. That's abuse. That's murder, you know, and things like that. Anybody heard of the marijuana wax? Dab, it's called. Yep, dab. It's marijuana in a wax form that has high THC content. That's the part that gets you high. All right, the high component of marijuana that gets you high. There are some cannabinoidal issues of marijuana that I think are spectacular. All right, for those of you who don't know, marijuana's got a chemical name about this long. It's called delta-9 tetracannabinoidal delta number. It's like this long. All right, the cannabinoidal part of marijuana that we're looking into is doing some wonderful, wonderful things in seizures and brains and stuff like that. And so, but what they're doing is they're basically taking the THC component and genetically altering it to get the chemical component. Anybody ever heard of like Charlotte's Web? It's marijuana called Charlotte's Web. Dr. Sergey Ganja did a report on weed. If you get a chance, take a look at it. It's called Weed 1 and Weed 2, and it's through CNN. It's very, very well done. They are looking at breeding the actual hallucinogenic out of marijuana so that they can use it for trials and stuff like that. So,
Is that they're using CBDs rather than THC?
right, yeah, the cannabinoids is part of it, yeah. So, the other one is knife hits with marijuana. What they do is they just basically take the knife, get it extremely hot over the stove like that, and then they drop their marijuana on it. I think it's cool because I got a knife in my hand, right? Probably more so than, you know, look at this, dude, I got it. And then, oh shit, I hit myself, oh, you know. And so, you know, they're doing that kind of stuff. Plant fertilizer. That's a new one that's starting to show its head a little bit. There's a plant fertilizer that will give you a hallucinogenic effect out there. And it was available at like Walmart and all that other stuff. So be aware of it. That's out there. And then Vaportinis. That's where they're basically just dropping alcohol over dry ice and then sucking it in. And going from there. Let's see, what else? Anything else? What have we heard of that people are using to get high? Anybody got any that they would like to add to this? Yes?
I have a question about, what's the one with the, it's for deodorizer, it's got the little,
Might be into something I've never heard of.
I know that.
Are you talking about like the Glade plug-in?
Yes,
Stuff like that?
yes.
Oh, so they're just huffing.
They're hopping out of the
Or they'll drink them. Oh man, you got pine scent breath. That's good.
We were in the treatment center, we were fighting that.
E-cigs. E-cigs are huge right now. We had in my high school back home, my high school back home, had 9 freshmen bring in e-cigs into school. All right? Now, if e-cigs are vaporizing nicotine and stuff like that, what's the next thing they're going to vaporize?
THC.
Yeah, whatever they want, man. They're going to put it in it. Okay? What else?
Janko.
Janko. Help me with that.
It's, you know, basically put it in a generic phrase, it's smoking your own feces.
Yeah.
But it's actually, I just pulled it up right here, it originated in Africa. There's been 8 documented cases in the Flint area. What's actually going on is the feces is laced with heroin byproduct cocaine, so they're getting residual. But
That's going to the
right. What it is they're letting it ferment.
Right.
It's a gas.
Yeah.
And they inhale the gas.
So they will. I've heard of this. They actually will go to the bathroom in a Ziploc bag. They'll stick it out in the sun, let it bubble up, and then they go and they.
But you know, it's usually for ones that are addicts to where it's either heroin or whatnot, and the gas is gonna actually the byproduct of the heroin. It just intensifies the high.
It's gonna get you the high. What else? Anything else that we see out there?
Crocodile.
Yeah, crocodile. I'll be there in just a second. Crocodile.
What is it that people get from eating fentanyl patches? When you hear most people that do it die.
They're basically eating fentanyl patches to get high, but I've never heard of that really. Has anybody heard of it? Have you guys heard of fentanyl patches eating them?
Yeah, they'll crack them open and like lick them.
Well, and the thing that they're licking is to get high, obviously, because that's the part of it. But I don't know.
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll stick them under the tongue because it's so vascular.
Right. And instead of putting it here, they just stick it underneath.
I mean, this comes to a point where it's.
Again, I'm gonna get high. I'm gonna get high, not out, and stick something in my mouth and choke on it and die, probably.
Some of them have died from taking much of it, because I know.
Oh, I would imagine it's time release. You know, you put those patches on for 2 days and things like that. Crocodile is a new drug that we're seeing out there. It is a hallucinogenic, and it eats people's skin up and things like that. It's very, very toxic to the body. Obviously, we have the bath salts and things like that as well, and they're starting to make a little bit of a comeback. Anybody heard of like Molly? Molly is going to be in Mount Pleasant. If it's not already here, it'll be here within the next year. All right? And Molly is a hallucinogenic, and it comes in pill form. You can get it in pill form and things like that. you're gonna see some of it, I guarantee it. It's following colleges all the way across campus. The campus upon campus is infected with it, all right? Right now, our campus over at Central Michigan is infected with Adderall and, obviously alcohol, all right? And we're seeing a little bit of ecstasy going on over there, and obviously the big one, probably more so than all of those, is marijuana, all right? And so, you know, those I know for sure are big components that we're seeing over there. Anytime you got a university, anytime you got somebody close to you, it's going to be here. Molly seems to be making its way across the United States, and it'll be here. Okay. All right. With that, questions. Throw them out at me. Do you have any questions? If I don't know it, I'll try to help you out as much as I can. Yes. Yep.
So the campus isn't seeing any heroin?
Some, but not a lot.
And what's
Suboxone is, do you want to take this Suboxone? Suboxone is a drug that basically stops people from getting high from the heroin. And so it eliminates the effects that they basically do. Now, it's more than that, but that's the lay person's type of thing to give them. All right? They can be on it for very long time, years.
And it's a treatment
For heroin use, yes. Yeah. Vivitrol, yep, Vivitrol, and that's what that actual, yeah, that's what that, my thing was actually on Vivitrol, that I couldn't get to run. And so, yeah, what else? Yes? Probably what you said. What?
Can you talk about the tolerance buildup of heroin and then?
Okay. Yep.
When you quit using and goes back?
Tolerance builds up over time, and so basically what tolerance is this, all right? The best way that I can refer to it, and we'll talk about alcohol versus heroin really quick, but it's the same type of thing, all right? We first started out, it would take a 6-pack for us to get drunk, all right? Then it takes a 30-pack, all right? Back in my day, you know, you had cases of beer, now you got 30 packs of beer. Well, why? Because we gotta get 6 packs, okay? And so tolerance happens with the body. They have to inject more and more and more. And that's where we see sometimes people who start to inject more and more, they don't know how much more they can actually take, and that's where we see some of the deaths happening. All right? So they have to have the drug, it has to take more and more of the drug to get the same desired effect, is what tolerance is. Okay? So if they're using 1 bag, pretty soon they're going to be doing 2. All right? Pretty soon they're going to be doing 3, and things like that. What was the other part of it?
And then stopping using for a while?
Stopping using heroin. They have to, most people who stop heroin have to go through some type of program. I don't know many that are successful doing it by themselves. That I have personally worked with. All right, most of them have to go through some type of program, whether it's a holistic program, whether it's a Suboxone, whether it's Vivitrol, or some type of other drug. And basically what those things do is they just block the receptors for that drug to come in. So
When they go back
to
using,
boom, it's the same. They usually go back within a matter of short time. They're using just as much as they did when they left. And that doesn't matter if it's 3 to 5, 7 years sometimes.
But that's the risk of overdose too, is they may go back to
Yeah.
what they were using once they've been clean for a while.
Thinking they're okay. Yep, thinking they're okay, and then going back and hitting it too hard. It doesn't take long for our bodies to go right back to with the or to the drug and be right where we left off really fast. Actually, faster than it took you to get there. Right. Any other questions? Yes.
could you explain what half-lives are?
Half-lives of drugs are drugs that, a lot of your drugs that you take in, you put it into your body, and our body, they will take a while to get into your body. All right? And drugs half-lives, what happens is you take them into your body, and you just can't take your drug and, like, let's for instance say Tylenol. it lasts for a period of time. That's the half-life component of it, right? It takes a while for it to be there the whole time. So that's what a half-life basically is. When they crush them up sometimes, like some drugs, you crush them and you light them on fire, or you take and change their chemical component, it therefore changes the half-life on those. And some of the half-lives actually go to like very, very short periods of time. So that's what they like. You know, they want to crush it up, kill the half-life so I can get higher right now. Okay. What else?
One of the struggles that we're dealing with
Was what?
is methadone.
Methadone.
And I mean, our agency's stance on it is strictly medical marijuana. We would rather see you go get completely clean and go to detox, come out of detox, onto your withdrawal, some people want to get your body treat.
I would agree.
But it's like this battle with the methadone clinic, because the longer they're on methadone, the more money that they're getting. And we actually sat down in one store and figured out after 2 years was it? That was $57,000 that insurance has paid for methadone on top of the $80 per week that the individual pays for their copay.
So not only does it take a lot of money to get high, it takes a lot of money to get sober. And people are capitalizing on that component of it. I agree. I think that, you know, with methadone, I think after a period of time, you've got to wean yourself off that. You've got to get on some other type of medication, and then you have to get your butt into treatment. I really and truly believe that. Yes?
Did you say that methadone gives you a high too?
It can.
Because,
It can. It
I
does.
worked in a treatment facility in Minnesota, and they had the heroin addicts, and they were sending them to the methadone. The tribe was paying for the treatment, and like the lady said over there, it was very expensive. But then
It's a legal, if you look at it, and from what Steve said, it's a legal way to kind of
right,
still
the
get.
patients were saying, you know, bragging about, yeah, well, they sent me and I'm still getting high, you know, and so the tribe said, well, I'm not going to pay for you to get high, so then you got to pay for it.
It's sad, yes, no.
I was just going to add, you know, one of the trickier parts of that too, and I think there's room for, you know, they generally call that medication-assisted treatment, if it's done right. The difficulty, and having worked for a larger regional group where we funded methadone providers, is that oftentimes the providers didn't screen the other drug uses that were going on. So in other words, if I'm using Ativan or Xanax or any of those benzodiazepine kind of things, and you mix those up with methadone, there's a hot that's attached to that. And so one of the things that we had, you know, because addiction's difficult, you know, so we're going to give some time for people to work that out. But if they continue to test positive for any of the benzos along with the methadone use, they weren't going to be in the program.
Because they're still getting high.
Right. And then the other piece of that is we required methadone providers that are contracting with us to titrate the person down. You know, I mean, there's some arguments to be made that there are some people, I don't know exactly who those are, that it might be a lifetime kind of drug, but in general,
You can wean them.
yeah, in general, our experience, most folks didn't fall into that lifetime kind of thing. It was something, you know, we're using it as a tool to get them to reduce that, and get rid of the opiates in their life.
And like we talked about before, you know, with that, they're going to find a way. You know, they're going to find a way with another drug if they have to continue to get high. You know.
And then the other piece with that, with the benzos and that, if you're overusing them and overdoing that, you do have to be. You can't. I don't know. Some might have to. Maybe some 10, 16 folks could, you know, address that better. The half-life that we were talking about earlier is so long, so you can't normally. If you're taking large doses of benzos, you can't all of a sudden just go boom. You've done. It's hard to do a rapid detox on that, and then you risk the danger of seizure. Probably a lot of us known folks who have taken too many benzos and stuff, and they seize.
Right.
So there are potential fatal type.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. Yes.
Are insurance companies more inclined to pay for methadone treatment instead of rehabilitation?
I don't know the answer to that question. Our insurance company is more willing to pay for methadone versus treatment.
Well, insurance pays for it for years, most treatment funded by insurance is what, 21, 30 days?
Yeah, I don't know a specific answer to that, but most insurance companies, you know, everything's so managed care now, they don't want to do long-term kind of things. So, yeah, I would say most of them want to do treatment kind of stuff and try to wrap that up, get the person self-supporting, things like that. That's not an official knowledge. It's
Just kind of general. Anything else? Yes.
I have a friend much like the one who took over. He's probably
Well, on its way right now, 11:52. Okay.
he has often we'll talk about blackout.
Yes.
So exactly, what is he experiencing
Okay.
with blackout?
Blackouts are time frames or periods of time where you cannot account for what you've done. You have flooded the brain so much that you've lost memory. All right? Now, most people in blackouts have had one or two. Most people have had a time frame where you just kind of, oh boy, where's the car? How did I get home? Okay, type of thing like that. And so basically the memory composition of the brain has been saturated. All right? What we start to see is we start to see people who are chronic alcoholics, and I will bet this happens with him. He has them very fast, very quick, because his liver cannot detox the alcohol. It can't get rid of the alcohol as fast as it's going to the brain, causing him to drink, or causing him to black out far more than he ever has. And again, they're just time frames and time periods where you cannot remember what you did. Yes?
So with the drugs where you're bypassing the liver, do they cause blackout?
I would imagine, yeah. You gotta have time frames where you cannot remember. You know, like if heroin goes in and dumps on the body, there are gonna be times where you can't remember those things. With alcohol, it would do the same. It would just flood the body and give you time frames of not being able to. Basically a blackout, you've kind of like started to almost like OD a little bit, overdose a little bit more than what you normally would take. And so that would cause that. Okay? What else? Anything else? Yes?
Do you, with the taking opioids and stuff, break out with the rash and stuff like that, and the itchiness and stuff?
That stuff, sometimes it's what they mix it with, all right, or cut it with. Yep. Shooting pills, taking it, puffing it, doing whatever they got to do. A lot of that has to do with what they mix it with and what they cut it with. Yes?
I'm not getting away from the subject of heroin, but for alcohol,
Antabuse, yeah, it's still around. Antabuse basically just tells the body that if you take any alcohol with it in you, we're going to get rid of it. And it seems to work on some people, but some people forget to take their Antabuse. You know, it's convenient. Oh, I got to take my medication today, so I can go have a little bit. All right. So, but that basically just makes alcohol toxic to the body. That's what it does. And then you get rid of it. Okay. Anything else? I'm going to stick around. I'll be around, things like that. I appreciate your time and your energy. If you guys have questions or concerns with me, I will be more than happy to ask them. What time are we going to start? 12:45. Okay. Okay, cool. And it's right now. It's what was that? Yeah, I can. Everybody can. All right, no problem. Dear Lord, thank you for allowing me to come here today and all these people to come here today to gain knowledge on a very touchy subject, a very difficult subject. I ask that you give them the knowledge to take back to their patients, to take back to their kids, to take back to their family members. Hopefully we can find an end someday for drug abuse and substance abuse problems. I also ask that you bless the food that we are going to put into our bodies and nourish our bodies, allow us to have great conversation, and allow us to live a great life, a very powerful life, for as long as we shall live. Amen. All right. Cool, thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Marty.
If you find my stuff, my little box, turn back, please.
I want to thank my staff for all the hard work that they do and the food they prepare.
Also, the thanks for putting this on web. You know, that's cool. And the IT department, stuff like that, that's awesome. So, good. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. I'll stick around. I'll be around probably for the afternoon too. So.
Who's ready? Who's ready? So we always go with the Albert.
You just can't be afraid.
Yes. Now you know why. Yeah.
How you doing?
Hi, Abby. How are you?
Pretty good. Had a good day today.
Good.
For those that came.
What's that?
For those that came.
Yeah. Ones that woke up?
Yeah.
Naughty, naughty.
Heroin and yeah.
Hey, I don't like it. I don't like the music kicking out. Hey, turn the light off.
Oh, I know. I texted May and I said, it wasn't me. Just so you know, early this early this morning. I said, yeah. So I like, just so it wasn't me. I said, Sandy came in and announced it. So.
And then they were talking about
Yeah, I had a 86. My youngest was 10, my oldest was 8.
Yeah, big changes.
the second doesn't work.
And you think to yourself,
Somebody's
Oh, the residents were?
scary stuff. No, great.
They always know and they're always around trying to figure it out.
trying to be out of town.
Do you want to come over your knees with us? There's room to go your knees.
And like you said, sharing your possession, you know, we can point the fingers at 50,000 things.
I love that song right
Yes, I will. Huh? Try. case you're not teaching these girls later that they have. Hey, you know what I thought of? Gym shirt. I met your daddy. Cool dude. I can hang around.
Personally, how we look at God or whatever, you know, really strong in that fire, you know, you listen to fire and watch them, and see the people in there talking the right way, you know, so without me, you know, that I made myself out to God, JC, you know, up to them when I'm going to vote. So many things that happen in our world, you know, and people are trying to do things. I appreciate the interest in the heart of people who want to help people regardless of what color they are, what their gender is, and so forth. You know, we're all human beings. There's certain tribes that make reference to being a human being. That's being compassionate and caring for people, regardless of who they are, what their choices of life are. So, but I offer every morning and every evening, thank God for what I had, you know. So years ago, appreciate God, be thankful for your hardships, your loneliness, your sadness, your joy and your happiness. In some sense, we're all part of God. Create your joy and your happiness, your loneliness and your sadness. We do that to our families when they hurt. We hurt too. When they're happy, it makes us happy. We walk in life and that's so I appreciate every one of you, you know, and I'm tired that sometimes I hear people are judgmental. They've requested me at times to be on jury, you know, and I said, because of my beliefs, I can't do this. I'm not the one who's the judge. That belongs to the Creator, the life giver, the great mystery, or Shaman, how we make reference to it. So, Jake Pye, can you hear me? I know he's in the kitchen. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Thank you, and I appreciate Dave and Mary. I've known them for years, you know. They've helped me a lot. I do appreciate that. So I'm going to turn it over to you and take us up. That's my native ancestry thing that's been passed on to me. My Indian name is Shinwalk, pine tree. My clan is Crane. But in the western world, they pick a name out for me, Jake Pine, from Grand River First Nation. I'll share a little bit about myself with you then. I'm 70 years old, married 8 times like Liz Taylor. I have 5 children, all boys. The oldest one is 48, youngest one is 26, 10 grandkids, 3 great-grandkids. And today I can honestly tell you, for one boy that had a broken leg, they're never sick. And I was trying to figure, I told the white doctor in Canada, you only find their name there when they're born. The only time I went to see a white doctor, and he broke his leg. And I'll tell you one other thing with this, you see this part right here? I believe so much in our way of life and our culture. I pull my own teeth out. So when I was single for a long time, I get the pictures. So we were home one day, this is, I would start to ache. I couldn't get it out with the pinchers. So I told the wife, get the vice grips. Out it came. That and that problem. But I buttered the nerves up here. So some people say, it's her fault. No, I'm the one that told her to do it. And that's how strongly I believe in our way of life and what Mother Earth provides for us out there. Now in 70 years, you know, I don't have no problems. I can squat here and sit here all day long. And I smoked this for 55 years. And the scientists and doctors checked me over in Canada. And I told them, as long as it's free and no rubber glove cups, I'm not this kind of a man. So they told me to go there and take my clothes out. So he threw this thing on, put this on. So the wife was there. I put that thing on. She said, you got it on the wrong way. She said, it's supposed to be open in the back. Ooh, the doctors are smart. Now I know why they call it I see you. All the life and time, you know, they put me through CAT scans, blood, you name it. Well, I've never been put to needles so much in all my life, and MRIs and all that. So we were working with the doctors and scientists in Canada and London on there. Since the fourth or fifth day we were there, they called us in the office. And he had all these things coming up with the reports, and he says, you totally amaze us. You smoke all them years. How do you maintain such a good, healthy lifestyle? I never touched junk. And yet today at 70 years old and 60 years old, I start kneeboard and water skiing with my grandkids, and I still do it today. I still cut wood. We gather a lot of medicines, climb hills, mountains, you name it. So I try to maintain a good, healthy, active lifestyle. And my children always tell me, you know, Dad, you're not an old man, you're not an ordinary man. I says, because what I have here in my heart. And all the years, you know, it's been 35 years of traveling across Canada and the United States. I see so many different people, a lot of communities I've been to. So some of them, when they tell me in Canada, you know, you can't see white people, you can't see this one, you're not, and I have to walk away. Because all of us sitting here are creator, who knows God. There's only two in this universe. But he has a lot of different names. And that's the one we all identify ourselves with. So I tell a lot of them people that tell me that these native communities, but I say, hopefully you see the white doctor, you don't say you're the wrong person. But I'm only sharing what used to be, what my ancestors left for me. Because everybody else's teachings is very similar. And it don't matter what color or what race you come from. It's for everybody's well-being and healthcare. And the way we look at life, you know, anyone that walks through that door, no matter, that's the one we look at. That's the one we work with. And I don't know if Rodney is, you know, what in the traditional culture, but I did know. And then when I shared 35 years ago, over 35 years ago, when I fasted on the mountain, and this big, whatever did come out, I didn't know about spirituality that time. And this thing come down there and form into the ground. But you see, I used to watch Star Trek in them days, so I thought it was beaming me down Scotty. But I was standing there and, well, I was scared for and that thing would come out of nowhere. And I told him, well, I was scared, I didn't know what that was going to do. But when that spoke to me in language I didn't exist, I think it's just a funny feel to know it. Now, some of you can believe, you don't have to believe it. Things start talking to me from creation. And I taught myself that right there, when that started happening, I'll never tell anyone because they think I'm crazy. But when the plants started talking to me, and what they shared with me, if I wasn't capable of following their instructions, you're going to kill me. And I remember that old grandma when she came to me, and she says, how do you expect to help anyone if you carry the sickness? If you jealousy, hatred, greed, goes on and on. So over time, you know, I was born, my dad, 1895, we lived in the bush. He never told me nothing about tradition and culture. But he always shared with me what we keep in our heart. To be respectful. And a lot of times in life, you know, I lose everything over stupidity 4 times in my life, but I get back up. I don't blame anybody but myself. I don't look back at the past. I look at what's important to me right now in my family. And just like our tradition and culture, the teachings I get. And it goes for everybody here, no matter what color you are. Our Creator looks down on us as human beings. And remember, I'm just sharing with you what they teach me. There's no rules, no policy and procedure. There's no such thing as we have to. But the way they set it up for me, and I'm sharing this with you, and it goes for all of us here. Mother Earth, she's got his arms open. He allows us to make them mistakes in our choices. That's our learning tools. If we keep repeating that, we're stuck on something. How do we work with that to come out of it? So getting back to a whole lot of things, you know, I know I didn't listen to you. I don't know the name, but your president, I know he put on the record because I've heard so many of them over the years, especially in Canada. And I look back, you know, at the years when I was a young kid. Yeah, I was 70 now, 60 years ago. I never heard none of this stuff. Where we lived over there in the bush, there was no electricity, wood stove, and a lot of it was from off the land. Now, you know, I respect everything that the Western people do. But I look at from back then to where we're at today. As Anishinaabe people or any race you talk about, but especially Anishinaabe people, we've been dragged and drugged so far out of the society we once belonged to, our ancestors left us, into the Western world to adapt and work with everything. Now you got all the sicknesses, all the drugs, you name it. And you look at all the foods, look at all the chemicals, you need more pesticides, everything. So you're living in a chemical world. How do we survive? How do I maintain my good health and my wife and kids? A lot of times our kids, we eat a lot of fish, moose, goose, muskrat, beaver. When we're traveling, she brings that with us. And once in a while, you know, I'm a sucker for Chinese food. I love that rice, but I don't eat their pork chops or their chicken balls because I'll be going to roosters, got them chicken won't happen. So I try to use a lot of humor when we talk about it. And that's a healing part of it. You have a new heart. When I look around this table, I look at a lot of you eyes. Each and every one of us are living through something, to learn something. But the big one that we learn most of all, who do we need to live here? Not want. Want is a negative. I got no education, but I follow a lot of things that I learned from that with the wisdom and knowledge from those people. The people that want, that's negative. What do we really need to survive? Now over the years, you know, I've tried for 30 years to work with Western doctors, but they don't have no part of it. I'm still willing to do that. It started up in Canada a few months ago. I don't know how that's going to progress yet, because but then they talk about Oxycontin and all that other stuff, and all there's a new one that comes out, Suboxone or something that come up. So I don't understand when they talk about it takes so long for this and this, to lean them on off of that. So Mother Nature showed us something about I'd say about 5 years ago. There's a plant they showed us, no more side effects, no withdrawals. So we've been using that, but we're not going to go public and brag all about it because that's not what we do. So we've helped a lot of people come off prescription drugs, all the side effects, and a whole lot of other things. You see, you talk about what people go through to get on on different kinds of, you name any drug in the world, heroin and all that stuff. There's one thing that's missing in everything. And that's that spirituality part. And it's not only for native people. It's for every race that walks this planet. How many people here dream? To us, that's a Western word the scientists brought in. That's when the spirits are active. They're either showing us, teaching us, or heeding to tell us to communicate with something. You know, there's so many people in my travels in 35 years across Canada and the United States, and I've never seen these people before in my life. So they talk about ghosts or some things in their house. So when I check it out, I ask my ancestors, my helpers, to show me what's in that house. And I can name a lot of stuff that's in their house, and I explain to them what they're seeing and where they're seeing it. And they don't understand how we know that. That's why I wouldn't change this for the world. It's so simple and unique. And that's the big part that a lot of people don't understand. But it's not only for me, it's for everybody. But it's what you have here in your heart. What the old ones teach me is happiness, honesty, forgiveness, trust. Then that spiritual, emotional, and all that other stuff, you work with that. For my own being, I only concentrate on this, and I'm making my children. The rest of the world, I believe all need to live through something, to learn something about it. There's people that's on all these drugs and all that, which goes on with the head. But I believe what happens there, and I hope I don't think I'm criticizing Western doctors because I'm not, I'm only sharing with you. So people come in with sore points or back. So I believe what that means is with a painkiller, and what that does, it tells the brain to shut up, and you don't feel the pain. But it does nothing for the sickness. The way we work with that, when people come in with pain, when we ask our ancestors to check them over, it's like looking at an x-ray. There's medicine for all of it to help you with that. We don't look at symptoms. We work with all their sicknesses. Now you go back and look at a whole lot of things what people are going through that are on, they say addicted. But I believe they're all living through something to learn something. So we'll go back to when they came into this world. When they age up, when they go through life. What did they live through? What did they go through? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, you know, it could be anything. It would hide you. They hide it. Might be from shame, guilt. How do we help them overcome that? To leave that in the past. There's certain ceremonies and different things we do, because I don't believe in talking circles when we talk about that, because then the story gets all different and moves around in different ways. But there's a lot of different ways of helping them people with that. And what we believe in, I'm just sharing with you. I don't believe there's a human being on the face of this planet that should be on prescription drugs for the rest of their life. And a lot of times, you know, I try to work with the Western doctors in Canada. I'll share one place I worked 12 years. We used to meet in this room. And one doctor says, Mr. Pine's been with us 12 years. For the first 5-6 years, he was very busy. Now he's not that busy. I don't believe we need him in our clinic no more. So I put my hand up. You know, I said, Doc, it's true what you say. But not to be disrespectful for you. Disrespectful to you. But we come here to heal people. But can you tell me after 12 years why you still have all the same patients? So I says, when you look at numbers, the way we see it, they should be declining, not more and more. So there's two different ways they look at it, you have to respect both sides. So when everybody's looking for numbers, there's something wrong someplace. Shouldn't the numbers be declining? You know, I don't know if you sent them to see our pamphlets and all that, you know. I can't take credit for none of that because it's Mother Earth that's done the true healing. We help a lot of people with all different types of cancer. Sometimes they state they put that in the newspaper and I say, don't do that. I can't take credit for that. AIDS, you name it. It's there. But the most important thing, you know, you can talk about all our prescription drugs in the world. It's the easiest thing to get over it. It's a choice we all have. What made them start on prescription drugs? Will it be from a prescription? Will it be on the street? There's so many different ways. Are they using it for the right reason? You know, it's worldwide. But what makes them hang on to that? It's not that they need, but they want. What's going on here? You know, you look at people taking drugs, they're clashing in their brain like this. And one thing, when I got to the ER, heard me about this, give you thoughts of suicide, schizophrenic, there are a lot of different things you want. How do we help them? It's easy. If we understand spirituality. You see, this thing is like a computer. What do you listen to the eyes, hear, that's it. So what are we feeding it? What are we bringing into it? What's making us feel disrespectful? Are we feeding negativity? Or honesty? How do we balance that out? We don't go back at our mistakes, but how do we understand to get over that number? If we start fighting and beating up ourselves, we start looking for self-pity and a whole lot of other things, all the drugs in the world is not going to hide empty what happened back there. So we deal with that here. Like see my mom and dad lived in the bushes. My mom and dad 1895. Never had no heart trouble, never sick in their life. My one sister, full diabetic. And she come and see me. How can it be? But the doctor says Heroin and all that. It's what you're putting in here that's making you sick. You look at our whole world, it'll show us the values, you know. You look at the adults, you take the little kids, the teenagers. They don't drink and they don't smoke. How come it's worldwide we're just sick? Another thing we look at, I thought this is a free country. We look out there, everything is good if we're using it for the right reasons. But why does someone else, our government, has to say, this is no good, that's bad, that's no good, that's no bad? I don't understand that. And they say a free country. And today, they got us here. We can't do this, we can't do that, so where's our freedom? But we have a right to look after this. For all of you here, you know, no matter what you do in life, you're all living through something to learn something. And if you don't experience it, I'll share another one with you. It's like I lived way back in the bush and I started working, trying to save money. My aunt had 5 boys. So I went to work with them. We started this lumber mill, you name it, we were making lots of money. Me and my second oldest sister, because I was raised with 8 sisters, we started drinking. I drank 4 months straight for about 10, 15 years. And I knew that I quit just like that. I can ask my wife one time, my niece says to me, Jake, bet you $500 you can't quit just like that. I says, how long do you want me to quit? What did she say?
3 months.
I'll put the cigarette down. After 3 months, she come back. After, I never touched a cigarette. So she wanted to give me the $500. I said, I don't need not to prove anything to anybody. But it's here. It's got to be here, not here. But it's so easy to make changes in your life. And same when I drink all that time, a lot of people tell me, I don't know how you can be a traditional medicine man or a healer and all that. I says, you know, because you were a big drunk on our reserve now. I says, you alcoholic? I said, you're a lie. I lived all them years to learn something about it. But I says, I can understand why you're not one to help anybody with your heart. I said, no, you're criticizing me. I made changes in my life. Why can't you? So we look at the drugs and everything that's going on, it's a choice we have. But when's it going to quit? It's easy. Same with all the sicknesses in the world. Where's it coming from? All the foods. We see young kids dying from heart attacks from energy drinks. Why are you still eating? You don't have that answer either. You look at all the foods that feed cancer, arthritis, kidney failure, heart, brain damage. It can be fixed. But how do we work together on that? You know, it's not that I'm getting away from all the drugs in the world, but we hear so much about it. When are we going to take time to heal? I see some young ones here, see, that's our future. What can we share? What changes can we make so they're not going through what we went through? So they can have a good life and their children. And I teach all my grandkids, even my great-grandkids, they know what's out there, what's good and what's poison. And I tell my kids, you know, our tradition and culture, you don't have to run all over the country. It's right here. You go right in. And I've never done that. I just kept going back to our mother, what they call motherhood. And I know we live around this morning, but we heard a lot of interesting stuff. And probably as years goes on, you'll hear more and more and more. Unless we, I say we, all of us, know how to work and make that change. Nature provides the best medicine in the world. And side effects. Never seen them kill anybody. Never seen them hurt anybody. Never hear them making people go crazy. A few months ago, we were working with the Western doctor in Canada, so they wanted to come to our place. We had a medicine room, 500 different plants that we work in. So I told that Western doctor, I says, not to be disrespectful, see all this here? We take all that. I says, can you be honest with me? I says, do you know your medicine? Or does somebody else make it for you? I said, would you take all them drugs and prescription drugs that you pass out? I said, I gladly take all this without question. He shot me then. Are you crazy? I know, see what it does to my patients. I want to share this with you. It is not the doctor's fault. It has to come from government and different places like that, or he can go to work. So there's certain things he needs to follow. But a lot of people who blame their doctor. It's not his fault. And I believe the best interest of a lot of people, he is trying to help them. But what's his alternative? Anybody sitting here can get that piece of paper if you go to the books. lot of times, you know, with the symptoms they look at, when you got a symptom book, I guess, I don't know, maybe a prescription book, it might help me not. Well, they're good at a whole lot of good things. But for me, I believe so strongly in this, what Mother Nature left us. They heal it. But are willing to make that change. You know, you check out all the food that's out there that's treating every sickness you can think of. Why isn't the government honest and list all the chemicals they're using in them foods? Now they say smoking's bad. Indians make these in Canada. You take the Western field, they say. Now, while you look around at new homes and that, look at this building. What do they use to make it smell good, shiny? Is it chemicals? In the old days, I watched my sisters with sunlight soap and a scrub brush get down their hands and knees. And all the rugs and chemicals that you're using in your homes, you're sucking that in. So now you know they got codes to home. It's got to be bubble tight. What are you breathing in? All them chemicals. A house needs to breathe. I look back when I was raised at the wood too, he pulled all the old junk out. They went up the chimney. When we woke up in the morning, you could see snow on the floor. The wash basin was frozen. You had to go to the outside toilet, you better make it quick. So we look at two different worlds we're in now. Our two different societies, whatever way you want to look at it. You have a choice. You can keep going with the pills, and get off of them pills, it's easy. If we don't turn back to nature, then much will change in this whole world. We're not saying we're better than anybody else, trying to be up on this pedestal. All we can do is share with people how to have a better life and a good, healthy life. Careful what's going in there. As I talk to a lot of my friends, my one cousin, he even on the drugs for now. I don't know which one he was on. Painkillers or some kind of doctor wouldn't take him off. But I helped him get off of that one. Now this one we use is like a fingertip. And we saw some little babies on the deed that guy documented that, sent it way to us. I said, no, I ain't going to no further. I don't know worldwide stuff. That's 7 years old. I don't know go that way. But he wrote a big article on that for his 3 grandkids. His son got off the drug right after that, but the mother wouldn't. She was on that meth and that Suboxone she's on now. But the grandkids, as soon as we gave it, within 1 minute, the kids stop. So it's not that we're saying you have to come and see us or anything like that. That's a choice you all have. But I can honestly tell you this way. If you're careful what goes in here, if you're loading yourself up with chemicals, but we're not saying don't eat it. To be honest with you, the pizza places shut down, the donut places, the fast food places, the hospital and clinics should be empty. Can anyone tell me here, there's a new one just moved to your country, Tim Hortons. I asked the doctors that, there's a chemical they put in that one that'll get people up early in the morning and drive 10, 15 miles to go get it. Right? That's long. See, well, the first thing I can do is every morning, never miss. So as I jump out of bed, I hit right to the toilet. I've been doing that for 70 years. Is that an addiction? Then I run to make coffee. Then I run back to the toilet again. Do I look at addiction? That's the way I respect what they're saying there. But I believe we all need, not want, to live through something, to learn something about it. And we shouldn't blame anybody or criticize anybody for it. But
but we can all make them changes together. In my travel of 35 years, I've seen young kids, drugged to the hill. I've seen a lot of them die right in front of me, 9 to 14 years old. I've seen adults. You know, the painkillers and the prescription drugs place hectic, not only on this, but the whole body. Now, not to criticize them, but I'm just sharing with you, so I want you to remember that. Because I respect the Western people. So say if you went to see him, you got arthritis or heart trouble or something, so he'd give you a pill. How many different side effects does that pill carry with it? I believe he's trying to help you, but if he's truly helping you, why is it disrupting everything else in your body? The medicine from Mother Earth that we gather don't have any side effects. Mind you, I was good friends with this one old doctor one time. We were talking about that. So I told him, I said, ours don't have none. Oh, Jake, he says, maybe you're kidding, maybe you better do something. I said, my friend, I said, if you ever get hemorrhoids, I'm going to give you some poison ivy to rub on there. My God, he says, they don't get rid of them. I said, yeah, you'll scratch them right out. But that old doctor, we were friends for a lot of years. He believed a lot of it, and he shared a lot of stuff with me. But to get, you know, like me, I got married to the wife there. I was single for a long time, then I meet her. And I raised the boys by myself. Now that was a job and a half. I told her, if I come back as a woman, I'd kill myself. I'll share this with you, because their mother took off, left me with the boys. So the boys one time, they were talking to her, and he says, did your dad licking you or fight you? He said, no, but he had a fight of sticks all the time. He said, when he gets down, he's going to break sticks and walk away. So I told the boys, I said, if it wasn't for them sticks and me taking a walk, none of you would be alive today. So anyway, then I met her and she was diabetic and all that, and I told her there was medicine to help her out, and she says, there is no cure. I said, who told you that? She says, my doctor. I said, he not God. And she'd walk away and fall on, but I don't know, maybe she'll say that story, but I'll leave that for her. So then she asked me to marry her, and I got scared because the age difference. Well, I made all kinds of excuses to her in Indiana one time. She said, I set it up just like that. I'm not married, nobody would have dressed up. So, she said, if you don't marry me, when we get home, I'm leaving. So I thought to myself, okay, she's a good worker. I did medicine lots, you know, believes in our tradition and culture. I said, you're still a way that person. Go ahead, I said, who's going to stand for us? My kids all work in the union that day. She warm up, took them up, be right there the next day. So when we got in front of that fella there in that little chapel or whatever you call it, he's standing there. So that fella says to me, he says, repeat after me. I says, hey, pal. Let's hold on here for a second. Who's marrying this woman, me or you? You're trying to tell me your words you want to say to her through me. I said, I believe I'm going to marry this woman, I'm going to use my own damn words. Because if I use your words and we get a divorce, then it's your fault. Then we've been married, then after we got married, and she said to me, would you like to have more children? I said, I've been to hell once, I'm not going back there. But she's got 2 children, eh? And her daughter lived with us for quite a while. She's 17 years old now. And I remember when her daughter come there, you know, I said, there's no way on God's green earth I'm going to be your father. But I'll be the best friend you ever had. And I'm going to show you how a real father should treat their children. I never had no father. Then it started. You got to go run outside to go have a pee because I don't know what they're doing in that washroom for 2 hours. But me and her get along like this, eh? But I guess her dad is on some kind of drug or something, I don't know. But when she sat down and talked to me, she told me how mean and everything he was with the fighter. I told her, you know, you gotta find forgiveness in your heart. And when you become an adult, you seek him out. You ask him why he was so mean and why he felt you. But I told her, don't hate him. It's not good to hate. Forgive him. He's on certain drugs. You know, I've seen you, I talk about the prescription drugs, there are a lot of drugs he talked about this month. To get pregnant, get people suicide. And you got things crawling all over what they call schizophrenic. So over the years, I've always asked this, show me scientific evidence that these are helping people. I believe it's helping them. Some of the people are not great, but there's got to be a way out of it too. And there is. Mother Nature has that answer. Because there are helping pain. But you look back in the old days, what did they give them for pain? You know, over the years, in our travels, they talk about young people. We've seen people 65, 70 years old sniffing Tylenol up their nose and burning that out. Now, a lot of the old people that had been in operations, all that, they're on them painkillers. They're so happy when they come and see us. No more withdrawals. No more all they're going through. With all them drugs they're having. So how do we change that? The choice we all have here is I don't say I'm living proof. I don't want to be sick. I don't want to suffer. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to be resentful. In 35 years, I've got so much criticism from a whole lot of different people and a lot of different communities. I can hate them for that. A lot of people ask me, why are people talking about you like that? You have to ask them. I said, I don't know. So you look negative or positive. Which one are we feeling? For me, the only thing that's in my heart is to help people. People all walks of life. So when we start separating that, that's not a good thing. Like they're bringing things together in Canada and different things. Hopefully, finally, it makes some headway. With the Western walking, working, side by side. So when people come in after this, there's a lot of people, young people that are on them, all them drugs he talked about. If you don't understand the spiritual side of it, you ain't never going to help them. Then you look at out in the streets, why are they taking it against them? It would be spiritual. Or what happened back then? It's not that their friends are convincing them, take this, take this, take this, take this. There's all, you know, you look at all walks of life that walk the face of this planet. There's goodness. And you look at this universe we live in, you look up there. There's positive and negative. You come down to the world here. Negative. How do we balance that out? We'll never find answers on the internet. Who put that there? Who programmed that? Is it true? I don't know. But I believe when I see it in real life, I believe it. In all my years, a lot of people tell me, you know, Jake, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong, you're doing that wrong. I said, why are you criticizing me? Do you have spiritual processes? that guide you and show you things. Tell me what they're showing. They don't tell me to talk like that. So why is everybody fighting? Where we see big black cloud up there. For every race of people that's serious movement like this. And I don't believe there's some such thing as racism. But why does certain race of people fear other people? We all belong here. If we show respect for each other, and if we can create unity, that's where you have strength. The one I look at it, Mother Earth, that's a female. See these women? They represent that. Giver and sustainer of life. For me, right here, I never forget who gave me life. And I don't want to be disrespectful to women. I don't want to beat women. Why should I beat them if they're the ones that brought me into this world? And when I was a little baby, took such good care of me and sacrificed so much for me to be here. What changed that wrong? You know, there's so much that we could share with each other here today. Is it positive or is it negative? Criticize. Everything comes into that circle. Why? What's our purpose here today? To work together, share with each other? Or do we come to argue and fight? The way we see it, there's no one any better than the other. We're all equal. And we're not saying we're better than anybody else. But we all come down to ground level and understand our purpose in life. And walk together and share that. Too bad I couldn't bring my old friend, that old doctor, where he was comical when he retired. He says, Jake, you're getting pretty old up there. He says, your wife must be getting lonesome. He says, would you like some Viagra? I said, what the hell is that? He says, that'll help you. I don't need no help. So he asked me that. He said, yeah. He says, do you Indians have a Viagra medicine? I think you got the best one in the world. According to my brother Clinton Pelcher, it says he told me all we need is a naked woman in her bedroom. So a lot of people, you know, humor, the grandma's teaching that time. It's how you look at it here. Not here. So a lot of times you do think 30, 50. Look around. Teach us something if we can see the humor in it. You know, for me, like, for 35 years of traveling across Canada and the United States, I mind my own business, because a lot of places we go, they're all arguing or fighting about something. The way I look at it it's like, when I first started out, you come work in our community. And I've worked in a lot of communities. I would not handle or take that opportunity to work with them people unless I understood my purpose of going to that community. And it don't matter what field or what job they ask us to do, I'll gladly jump into that. But it's not that I want that job. I need to understand my purpose of being there. Like a healthcare provider, I understand it. Or I wouldn't accept that job. How do we help them people? So when I walk through them doors to help them people, I have happiness here. Everything else that happens at home, it stays back there. I need that. Well, I can't help them people. And I watch for distractions. There's a lot of people, criticize me, and I said, that's good, thank you for the compliment. I hate you. I said, well, pray for you. I look up at our Creator and Mother and all of us, you, their ancestors. They forgive us every time. You look at a bunch of kids playing. They get into a fight, 5 minutes later, they're best friends again. But when the adult gets into an argument, why are they mad for years? So like as healthcare providers say, each and every one of us, opinion counts, it's important. But how can we work with everything together for the well-being of all the community and all races? You know, understand it's like me, I got no education in it. When I married her, holy crow. She got more certificates than you could shake a stick at. Educated to the hill. So one time we go and talk to this university and they're asking all kinds of questions. And the professors, I asked them the questions, didn't know what they said. So a lot of times this guy, he got into a few arguments with me about something. I said, I'm sorry if you can't accept the truth. I'm not criticizing. I just uttered words you're calling me. But not to make you mad, I said, but I'm going to share something with you today. The more education you got, I said, the stupider you're talking. He really got mad. He said, you'll criticize. No, I'm being honest with you, because of the way you're talking. That's what education teaches you, to be mad. Argue. You know, everybody has their differences. I'm hard of hearing, but boy, I can hear you loud and clear because you get mad because you're referring to your books. Share something with me from your heart, I told him. Instead of hollering at me. But I look at it just an Indian with no education. But I do know how to follow instructions from Mother Earth and our ancestors. How many people here on prescription drugs? No. Beaver? Yeah. I've been after beaver once. You don't need them.
Okay, I'm just gonna cut in. I did quit taking them, and they all heart related. Then they were giving me pain medication for my chest. It was Renexa. And about a month ago, and I told my staff, I'm on a legal high here. So it's been about a month, but I've thrown all of those things away, and I just, whatever the peace he gives me is what I take, you know, and I leave it up to God, and we're not supposed to go, but I did give him up.
But see, a lot of my friends that go through so many operations back home, they ask me, I said, you know, you don't really need to take them for the rest of your life. I said, we got men to help you with that, eh? So a lot of them aren't giving them up. But yet when they go back, it just goes on because they go get it filled. When they come home, they go throw them in the garbage or whatever they do with them. And Pelcher going, was it a year ago? So my stomach starts getting sore. So says some of these doctors, come and see us, come and see us. I never see a white doctor. I told her if I ever have to go there, shoot me, but I would be a drug addict. So what happened anyway, my stomach bothered me. So I said, well, it don't hurt this time. Maybe I'll learn something, eh? So I get in there and they pull out the blood and I don't know what they're doing to me there. Then one doctor says, oh, it's your stomach. Oh, and the other says, oh, it's your bladder. No, I've got to run some more tests. Went to 4 different hospitals and specialists and everything I went through. Then they put me on the heart stuff and everything. Any chest pain, shortness, nothing. Just my stomach. So one doctor comes in after, he says, you did suffer a heart attack. I said, great, cholesterol, everything is good. They shoot the dye in me and they had me running on this heart thing. I said, then you say it's my stomach, now you come up with the heart. So I left there, I went to see them elders, you know, check me over. No, but he says, would you like to learn something? I said, what am I going to learn? He says, we check you out, there's nothing wrong with you. These other medicines. But he says, go through that, you'll be all right. I said, boy, I don't know. Why you gonna cut me open? So I agreed. So I go over there. They run another whole bunch of tests on me again. And I'm walking around and doing everything. Hey, you're not, hey, whoa. So anyway, so they wheeled me down to this table. So they cut that, do their thing, pop them on there. So I threw their medicine away, I started using mine. Right away, I was doing this there and jump out the steps. They can't believe how fast I got healthy again. So I go see that specialist again. So he got a list of things like this. I said, how long are you supposed to take these? He said, you got to take them for the rest of your life. I said, okay, doc. All you doctors, I said, you see me, I want to ask you this one thing. I let you go through all this stuff here you told me to go through. Here's the way I see it. You tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not being disrespectful to you. I went to 4 different hospitals, specialists, scientists, and all what are you talking about? You send me there, go through the operation. Did you not fix the problem? Be honest with me. Did you fix the problem? Yeah, he says. Then what the hell do I got to take these goddamn drugs the rest of my life for? If you fix the problem. To this day, I don't touch them. I even argued at my doctor. He cut me right off from day one. I use my own. So I don't understand why they want to push them so hard. And even the pharmacists say, you take them yourself. So there are medicines out there, it's like they say, native medicines. Every race of people have the same opportunity as native people. But the big one that's all missing is spirituality that nobody believes in. And it's such an easy one to go through. And just like my kid today, one son's broken leg. I signed a paper. You check any hospital in Cross Candy Night, only time you will find their name there when they're born. I tell them all about the junk food and the chemicals and everything that's out there. My granddaughter go to school, she phoned me up, she says, Papa, they're trying to make me sick at this school. You know how greasy pizza is. They don't have chicken hot dog. I said, well, you don't have to buy it. My kids, grandkids don't even have much of the cold. But I look at the wife, I see McDonald's and pizza place, and I see donuts all over the place, people's promoting sickness. And I've been sharing that for 30 years, but who's going to change? You know, I see people my age, when they're walking, you ever see them sitting down there 60 years? I'll take you back to McDonald's. Right? So it's easy, you know, like, well, you look at these young ones here. That's what's going to carry this on for us. But for us older ones, what can we share? To make it a better life so they're not going through. Drunk so far. Everything Western, and I respect that. And I know what our ancestors think. You see that one on the horse and their tracks there? They've carried us that far. Can we continue with them tracks? Not only for native people, Western people too. For what they left us out there in the forest. I look at those and just no good, that's no good. I still eat all that stuff he says no good. I'm not dead yet, but terrible. I feel great. So what can we share with them young ones? Like I do my kids there. I take them out there. Everything's good. Well, I think the poison plants are watch out for them. And we work with a lot of them ones. But so many things you tell me, he feels you don't know how to do it. I know. We're just here saying that we can help you with that. If you just need, not saying you want. That's a choice you have. Same with all the sicknesses that's going on. I could list every one of them foods and the chemicals that's in it. That's creating all of these cancers and everything else you talk about. So I believe like the doctors, they're good doctors, but I believe they're pushed into something or they're out of work. So we can't blame the doctors on that. And where do they get all their information? I've never read a book in my life. But see, there's up there that the wife put together, but she do all that. But there's some of them ones there. See, she put it together, that'd be different. In Canada, the Western doctor, he put one together and he wanted to put us back here. So she said, no, we'll make our own. So she put a lot of stuff in there. That's what we can help you with. We can only offer that to you people. Or the Western thing. That's a choice you have. I'll share this with you, you know. It's a simple and unique way of life that our ancestors left for us. What drug us out of that and made it so difficult for us to return back to us? You know, I'll share some with you over the 35 years of traveling to the United States. The biggest majority that come and see us for healing is non-natives. So you look at a lot of people, you know, they talk culture. Every human race has a culture. And we all have the same purpose. To live in harmony and peace for the well-being of our people. We should never claim one is better than the other. We're all equal. But how can we come together and share that? To make it easier for the young to overcome all the prescription drugs. Now in Canada, a lot of things that are meant to be passed out for the ones that are on all them oxy, box and all that other stuff that we talked about there this morning. Everything has trouble with it. So a lot of the young ones that come, as soon as they start to take that, no withdrawals, nothing. So you see them about a month, 2 months later. Well, it did help me out with that, but I don't know, he says. I need some more. So after his third or fourth trip, she says to me, if he says it's not helping him out that much, why does he keep going back for it? I said, don't you understand what spirituality does? He comes and gets that medicine, don't have no withdrawal, nothing. As soon as he gets a bunch of cash, what does he do? Goes back and gets some more of that crap. And that's what we're going through with a lot of them in Canada tonight. So do I have that right to say, no, I'm not giving you no money? I just keep giving it to them. But a lot of the old ones that go through the operations and all that, why I'll tell you, they're so happy. When they start to take that, they're going to get them withdrawals, or crave that, or headaches, or whatever, all kinds of stuff they're going through. And that's what makes me happy. I can't take credit for that. That's where that medicine came from. But you know, how many here are healthcare providers? But you know, a lot of you don't let you know. I could share a lot of this with you. It'd be good for them young ones. What feeds cancer? What feeds a whole lot of things to go on with your head? It all boils down to the foods. A lot of them, you know, you can argue with me. I don't know nature stuff. I take the medicine from nature. don't have no problems. I don't have a head problem. And my dad smoking chewed tobacco till he was 89 years old. My Uncle Fred chewed snuff and swallowed it till he was 97 years old. Now in the United States, in my travels, these old veterans I met, and the first time he come, he's sitting with us talking to us. I said, well, get you a spittoon. He said, mine's right here. So you look at this thing, the way we see it, who makes it bad? And we're not criticizing mechanism if you're using it for the right reasons. But are you abusing it? I started smoking when I was 12 years old. That's all the person. He was 60 years old. I don't have no trouble with water skiing anymore than walking up with a cup and boot. And I feel great. I'm never tired. There's a lot of foods I avoid from the western side because I know it's no good. Why I say it's no good because we're returning. You got dinner where you can go into a whole lot. I could spend 2 days here naming off all the food that's going to affect you in so many different ways. And headaches, and then this Western doctor who comes through and says, how's your witchcraft working today? He said, I got this young woman who's had migraines for a few years. He says, will your witchcraft work on her? Because she's pregnant. I said, send her down. So she come down there, we gave her some stuff to her head, but she hasn't had migraines since. So why do they treat us like that? I don't have that answer. But maybe someday we get respect, I don't know. But it don't matter to me. In my heart, I want to be a good person, be respectful to everyone. In Canada, all my travels, all documented. The Western R's is down here, a lot of clinics and different places I've worked over the years. So what the Canadian government has done for me, they've registered me as a traditional practitioner. That's where that comes from. So a lot of places where I go, they send me into some of these fly-in communities. They send people to me. But when they come, I have to sign a. So I learned it with that government in Canada, and I'm thankful for that. And say another thing, I look at that, see, my dad was senator. He did around time with that. So I learned so much about a whole lot of different things that go on. So when we earn that, so you look at people that need, it's got to be good. And I'm not criticizing nobody. You want to be me. You're good. How can you help anybody? How can you communicate? How can you have trust? How can you have honesty? Forgiveness? I don't need to be educated in a whole lot of different stuff. But I share the wisdom and knowledge that elders left for me in my heart. And I'm not trying to convince nobody of anything. But until the day I die, I thank our Creator and Mother for the gifts that He trusted me with to offer that to people. And then He said day after that scripture. Spend my life saying, I don't give you words. I don't be disrespectful. If we understand the purpose in life, it will run waste. So we can work at a whole lot of different things together. That's interesting. But here's the important ones, our future. And we can learn them how to be negative, cranky, disrespectful. How that thing won't change. I've had people throw me on the wrong, some communities put a gun to my face, threatened to kill me and everything. Some communities I've been to, they walk right in there and people in that community said to me, Jake, he says, why do people treat you like that? You have to ask them. But I don't hate them. I'll always say praise. Why do people act like that? We don't have that answer. What's controlling them? What's going on here? They're missing out on this one right here. Every day I meet her, I says, I want happiness here. I don't want to be miserable. I want to be sick. I want to be disrespectful to anybody. At 70 years old, I know I'm still going to make mistakes. Waiting 35 years. And we can come together like this and share with each other. You know, education is good. You can combine the two of them together. But if you think education goes right here, you're wrong. You don't have all the answers. Books don't give us the answers. But life lessons, that's where we find our answers. So I was thinking of waiting for them to have me do a study at the substance abuse center. I was going to sweat them down with marijuana and put some of them prescription drugs in their hot the rocks. I'm just kidding. But I've never tried any of them, but I've met a lot of people that shared with me what they went through. It's not a nice story, but they share with you. And a lot of you know. I asked that young man one time, I said, you know, what's wrong with alcohol? We do that much damage to you to drugs. And he said it's easier to get the prescription drugs than alcohol. In Canada, they're robbing drugstores now. Pharmaceutical places. Anybody got any questions?
I heard that smarter they get, dumber they get.
I just more of a I have kind of a general question on it. I mean, I agree with so much of what you say, Jake. But you know, thinking about what we put in ourselves and stuff, and in this day and age, how do you find? I mean, there's probably a lot of other people who tell me, and I'm fairly ignorant of this kind of thing. My healthy eating style hasn't been too healthy, but I'm thinking now, as I pay more attention to this, and as I get older, you think, well, what are the right things? I mean, I know certain things should be right, but so many things have been chemicalized and sprayed and all that kind of stuff. I mean, short of growing your own stuff and doing those kind of things. What do you say to folks? I mean, do you have any thoughts on that? Oh, 61.
Oh, teenager yet.
Well, thank you. I will write you a big check after this is all done.
You can clean that all up there. There's medicines out there. Then very careful. Like, you ever go to the stores where you get a meat package or something, you see, it's just here to fat and all that stuff. And, oh boy, that's way sky high and all that. So, a lot of times I go to stores and check them all out, and I say, holy crap. If I lived to be 100, I'll still be busy. Because you see people popping them in there.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of times to look at, I don't know, what changed me altogether, I've always turned back to nature. And mind you, I used to like pork sausage a long time ago because they wiped that out, I must have gone crazy. So I do eat them turkey sausage, turkey hamburger, chicken bologna. As I told that old doctor I'm friends with, that's what he done told in the workshop. He said, if you tell Indians to quit eating bologna, they'll quit it. And chicken sausage. But I do eat that old hangover soup there with the salt pork, tomatoes, and macarons, just plain stuff. Nothing, anything like that. And that's what my My kids do a lot of fishing and I meet a lot of fishing. But in the cities, I mean, hard for people. So, but I do notice that once you start changing, even milk is dangerous. Or this goes on, it's like a lot of people, you know, they cook that plastic in the microwave or something goes up in the oil. Energy drinks and anything labeled diet is bad. We have to really take it. Sugar sweeteners, you know, this goes on. Are you a doctor?
No, only in my mind.
Everybody should be a doctor, but learn from each other.
Yeah, no, I'm not even remotely close to it. Christian helping people.
That, and I don't drink much water, sometimes I'll drink different teas that we have. Or I'll eat a cucumber, orange. But I don't know, did they say what, 10 cups of water or something?
Something like that.
Wild rice.
Wild rice?
Oh, yeah. White rice, I love Chinese rice. That's why that was one I ordered.
Of course, you know, in the States we've gotten, they, started genetically modifying the, a lot of the stuff that they sell, and the government's not requiring them to put that on labels and stuff. And I don't know if long term, if we know the effect of what, when we start messing around with genetics of the plants, what that means. This doesn't seem or feel like it's a good thing, you know what I'm saying?
Mother Nature has the best thing.
Yeah.
It's just like a lot of things where it's got the best compost and fertilizer in the whole world to grow anything. And there's a lot of good foods out there that, you know, you ever hear of Indian potatoes? It's out there. Indian turnip. There's lots of it out there. I think that they didn't call that. The Western people call it a horseradish. It goes up the valley. Boy, that when you get to the valley, you start to, it'll make you cry. I found that one. There's so much out there that you can eat and survive with it. And that's what I teach all my children. And I tell a lot of you, you can grab my kids, take jackknife everything away from them, throw them up, take them out, they'll survive it. I teach them that. And that's what we should be teaching all our children. You know, to identify what's out there. But with that genetic, and when they're altering a whole lot of things, when you're doing this, it's going to affect something.
So you eat like deer meat, like rabbit, and like natural things out in the
Boy, I see a lot of good food walking around here this morning. My son phoned me up one day, he said, Dad, there's a turkey out there, my kitchen window, he says, you want them? Yep. And they get goose breasts. I just at my age, we've got a big one, we place people fishing. We catch 15, 20 speckled trouts when we get home, we cook it. We eat a lot of fish. But anyway, I'm not a big one on, what do you call it? Carrots or peas or all that other stuff. I said, I'm not a grass eater, you know, vegetarians. I said, vegetarians are eating all the animals' food, you know. The animals eat that, so it must be good meat. So I don't understand that. But even now you look at that, when you talk about that, one day you talk about it's like the salads. Okay, everything's being over pesticided. So now you see people getting them little maggots or worms. They're deep in there, they start laying their eggs. So they never watch good, then you switch your sound, different things. That'll create a whole lot of different sicknesses in your body. Because, I don't know if they admit it or not, but everything's so over pesticide all over the place. So what's safe and what's not safe? It's hard to determine. So that's why a lot of times I stick back to, when I started eating, it took me a long time to find an old editor that showed me how to cook that snapping turtle. Boy, it is good meat.
Yeah, I had that.
But you know, in my travels, I used to see that son of a gun all over the road. As soon as I started eating them, I won't see it. But there's a lot of, then we eat oak wheat. Ever hear that? And what do you call that? milkweed tops and all that. Oh, there's a lot of good stuff out there to eat. There's a certain time you gotta grab it. But I think if we bring that into, you know, like I say all the time, you know, it's not only for me. Each and every one of us that Mother Earth belongs to. So what can we come together to help save our young people? So they're not running to the drugs or prescription drugs. I can only go so long, people, without a smoke. All right, we'll have a smoke break.
Maybe both of you, if he said, hey, that was one of the smartest guys in Canada, give him a break. Got apples up there, interesting. Yes.
Practice last night.
Did it? Yeah, you were going to have it. And did you actually drum it? So what was that? Drumming?
We had to practice for that.
Oh, okay.
Chris and I practiced and then we got to
Thank you. Hey folks, I did want to say, if you do want credit for those of you that have addiction credentials, if you want credit for the, no, wait a minute, Bob. Wait a minute. Make sure you get signed in on the sign-in sheet. That's all I'm going to do. So Bob was wanting to remind me that he had to be here for the whole thing to get the contact hours. So in his laughter. But if you haven't signed up, please make sure you sign up before at the end of the event.
I thought we just had to come up with an addiction.
Something like that.
And actually, do you round up some tax for that year? You still got me in mind, right?
And everything in life from a little baby when somebody took us by the hand and took us someplace, that was to teach us something. We can only take blame for myself, for what I put here. but it's the chemicals that I believe in. You know, the way I look at all cultures, it's such a simple and unique way of life they show us. What makes it so complicated? What do you believe? What's right and what's wrong? Who has the right to tell us that? If we don't make the mistakes, we're never going to learn. No, I look in this universe thing, I just want to come down to earth. Which one do we want to be? You can be good, you can be bad, you can be hateful, be whoever you want. But no one has the right to criticize or pass judgment on you. You know, I've never been a good boy either when I was young. But when I look back at that, I would say to Mother Roberts, you forgive me for that, because I learned from the mistakes I made. But now I understand now, since I've come so far, and I've learned so much of the Western side, but in my heart I've always maintained who I am as a human being and what Mother Nature has to offer me for a good, healthy lifestyle. And it's so unique. So we can be bad and make all them mistakes. It's a good thing, because we learn from that. But I'm sure never only sharing my experiences in life. So when people come up to you and say, this is what you got to do, this is what you have to do, that's what scares a whole lot of people. Our Creator brought us. He don't teach me that. You know, it's like, I'll share one thing with you, you know. It's like my kid that we talk sometimes in a lot of communities argue about that. I'm full blood. I can only share what my ancestors teach me. I'll go back to when my dad was born in 1895. He said he's Ojibwe. But I went back from there. There's Cree, Mohawk, Western, all that mixed in there. It was back to my mother's side. Odawa, Ottawa, and Cree, you name it, it's there. So now I come in, so I married Cree, then I married a Chippewa. They all leave me. Now I'm back to Odawa again. Made a complete circle. So my kids asked me, well, why do you say you're Ojibwe, Dad? I said, because my dad did that. Well, what kind of Indian are we supposed to be? And I said, the best way to outline to you, we're Heinz 57. So you look at everybody that sits here today. If you go back spiritually, or you can do it physically, that bloodline. How many different bloods run through our veins? The most important thing, we're all human. My grandma was Irish. And one time when I first started over 35 years with these pipe carriers were talking, they started criticizing the white people, so I walked away. And I remember that old man hollered at me, he says, yeah, I can't teach you nothing. I said, you got that right. I said, my grandma was Irish, I said, in my heart when we carry these sacred items, we don't criticize them people. I says, color only teach us identity. Same with Mother Earth, teach us that. It's the identity it teaches. But as human beings, who do we need to live here? That's a choice we all have. For me, you know, as I tell the wife and my kids all the time, I'll be happy. I'll be sad. I'll be arguing. It's like, I told her, if I ever done something disrespectful for you, you tell me, I'll walk away. But I'll respect you and be your friend. The rest of my life, be there to help you. So I teach my children all that stuff. Lo and behold, my son comes to me and says, Dad, your grandkids is not listening. said, that's funny, you didn't listen either. Ah, you're living a good life, I says. But I want you to remember this, that child is teaching you something. That's your greatest teacher right there. For all of you that have children, you'll agree with me. That's your greatest teacher right there. You know how to communicate, forgive. They'll even teach you how to swear. You know, you look at our parents, you know, you're the biggest bank in the world. I'm sure a lot of you have heard the same thing from your children. Hey, you baby. You know, my five workers are lab technicians, computer technicians, union workers. I don't know how many paydays they go by, but I've never seen that money come back. So one day they were all at the house. I said, I'm going to get my money back pretty soon because I'm going to be 70. What are you going to take it to small claims court, Dad? I said, no, when I die, somebody's got to pay the bill. Oh, that wasn't nice. Well, I said, that's the only way I'm going to get my money back. So you see, you look at it anyway on, but I believe humor plays a big part in our healing. And it's how you look at it. Find out and work with what makes you upset or angry. Find your own respect yourself. Find your dignity within yourself. Be honest with everybody. Use humor, sharing, caring, communication. But honesty is a big part. But I don't revoke a break. The wife says to me, you know, he said, if you don't stop talking pretty soon, he said, I'm going to take the batteries out of you. But why I shared so much of our culture, because I know, you know, I believe we're bothered so much of the western side. I kind of stopped that and jumped all over the place for everybody here because a lot of ones here want to get bored with the same stuff on the same old thing. That's the one I wanted to share with you. Science and technology. Put this together. And I don't think we'll have an understanding about this part of what goes on down here. When you look back 60, 70 years ago, we weren't going through all of these problems until all the chemicals came into play. And a lot of people are suffering from it. How can we change that? Opportunities here, your choice. That's how you present yourself to people. If people don't like you, don't let them drag you down to their level. Maintain balance. Negative and positive. Follow your I believe the more people that criticize you and hate you, they'll give you strength. But that credit for something that every day. The strength is that here. But I still believe today, after all these years, females work that. And they get down, put their back down, straighten out a whole lot of different things. I believe those are the true healers. But it needs to be here in their heart. Why do I say that? Look at that little baby, everything it went through. That child grew up. Nobody understands the sacrifices that woman went through for that child. I believe, for me, that's why I show a lot of respect for the female. If it wasn't for the female in this universe, there'd be no life whatsoever. No tree life, animal life, human life, you look at it any way you want. But how do we balance that out? Everything we do in life, male and female, needs to be like this. In all cultures. But that's not allowed. I'll let my wife Mary get up here.
Hello, everybody. My Indian name is white woman, and my English name is Mary. I'm glad there's so many people out here. I'm glad so many came out. And why we needed to hear the western side, and even though we're part of culture,
he talked about the brain. A lot of times in our own selves, this is in battle, both of them. And our hearts will tell us right or wrong. So when we get a notion, this is where we get the notion first. And this is what will change it or confuse it. And I'd like to explain a little bit what this is. Why we put these together, because we keep saying over and over what we can help with. And there's a list of all kinds. I could put the medical book in here, but it'll cover everything. And on this back here is a list of places we already come. We come here at 7 Jan, 2 days out of a month, and they can make appointments with anybody. And what I found over the years is sitting in waiting rooms, doctors' rooms, and they see a pamphlet. Even myself, we don't want to admit we got a problem. But if we see a pamphlet, start reading, then this is going to be good. So, well, I'm going to try that. And all of us here we're mothers, fathers, aunties, or uncles, or kids, teenage friends. We all know somebody that's struggling with addictions. Could be anything. And like the young girl said this morning, it's cutting them. They take heroin and cut it. And that's where it gets dangerous. And the young ones need to know how dangerous that is, but we've got to keep educating them. And like parents, we've got to say it over and over and over. But that's all right. One of these days, it's going to click in. So we keep waiting and trying. And we talk about a lot of the prescription drugs. A lot of people get addicted to them quickly too because all our systems are totally different. My husband talked about the foods. Why the foods are so important. There's so many chemicals today, it's not like when we were kids. The chemicals goes through our bodies and our bodies want to get rid of it. So it's forcing out, and that's where people get arthritis. There is no help for arthritis because it just eats in the bones and gets right deep in the bones, and everybody knows about pain. So our bodies will, even rashes will form of different chemicals. So if we can maintain our health, we don't have to go through surgery. If we do have to go through surgery, there should be just a little amount of time for the prescription drug. And some people do need that. And we'll take we'll take Tylenol. Not all of us are going to work well with Tylenol. Some may be Advil or ibuprofen, whatever. But with these medicines are geared for the individual. It's not their cousin, brother, sister, or grandparents, or hereditary diseases. It's what we put in our food, our mouth. How they cooked, we cook the same way. That's why it's hereditary. So once we start changing our way of thinking, eating, and our lifestyles, it makes a difference. So the kids will remember that. And the drug problem, well, it's national, worldwide, but how we can help is one individual at a time. One at a time. There's all of us in here, and only one person that will take one at a time. They might help one at a time. So the chain reaction will hopefully be there. But then you get some that don't want to change. So we wait. But unfortunately, we have to do it as health providers. We can't force anybody. We can't tell them what to do. And another thing, what we found is we'll take butter. Butter's a lot of fat in it. So we tell them, no, you can't have that. So as human beings, we get pissed. It says, nobody can tell me what I can have. So we'll switch it up. Switch it to butter, or margarine. Switch it to something else with less fat in it. Then a lot of people like that idea. not having something, we get kind of upset. And all ages, all race of people, youth, elders, a lot of elders could use the help too because they're on knee problems, hip replacements, and it's a small community. Canada, United States, no matter where you go, we know they got a hip problem. I know they got drugs, pain tablets. You don't go home without nothing. So they get robbed, and young kids, and a lot of other people will do the same thing. They'll do anything to get that drug. And I'll tell you why. Because I was diabetic. He was trying to tell you that story. I was a diabetic. My sugar was so low in the morning, it didn't register on the machine. It was so high, I didn't know. So I had to check it 8-10 times a day because I didn't know if it was high or low. When this pancreas is shut down, it loses what it's supposed to be doing. So you got a craving. You're addicted to food. I'll tell you, I raided the fridge. You go searching for what you're looking for. Chips, pop, whatever it is that you're craving for at the time. So once you get that cookies, whatever it is, you eat that, now you feel off. You're already keeping damaging. So, and then he said I had a knee problem. When I was about 8, my sister and I were making a snow cabin. So we shoved a spaded shovel through my knee. I didn't think of anything, but by the time I was 21, because a lot of things happened with old injuries. We kind of put it back in our minds, well, I don't know why my shoulder's so sore. Did something happen to me? Well, I was 21. They took x-rays of it. There's no cartridge left. There's bone rubbing on bone. I'd make it to that table, down I go. Didn't know when it was going to get home. So I tolerated, I was scared of pills. So I got, finally I gave in, got some cortisone shots, and that helped a little bit, but didn't solve the problem. So when I met him at this clinic, so I told him my situation. Well, I could help you with that. I said, well, the doctor said, no, there's no help. So I put 2 things on my knee, cleaned up my system, all the crap that I looked up into over the years. I've never had a problem since. That's 16, 17 years ago. So it's cleaning the system up. And you talked about that one drug that gets them off the cravings, the withdrawals, the shaking, the dizziness, all of that can be helped. And fixing the problem on the first problem, they went ahead. Accident, car accident. We're fixing the car accident problem too, because they're always scared. Well, I don't want to be on the drug again, or I don't want to feel this pain, so I'd rather take a drug than feel pain. But we can help fix the problem. They don't have to sit there every day. And you don't have to follow your culture. You don't have to be native. There's help for everybody. There's help for everybody. And any problem, headaches, migraine, everything's listed. Most of them anyways. So we basically can help through the process and wait for the ones that are asking for help. And once they ask for help, it's easy. They quit just like that. But we still gotta wait, just like our kids. They don't listen to us, so we gotta wait for them to have a problem, and we can get them out of the problem. Is there any questions? I know they covered a lot today, and everybody's been sitting here for hours.
What's it like being married to a crazy eater?
You don't got all day. The most enjoyable part is seeing people feel better. Feel better. Once they start feeling better, then they slowly do things for themselves. They don't depend on others.
How do you help somebody if they come to you and they're actively using it? How do you start helping somebody if they want to detox or stop drinking? How do you start working with somebody like that?
for that help, easy. Yeah, but they want it. And through some communities, we hear them relax. Okay, let's get back on track. We don't judge them. It's okay. Something happened. And a lot of these, you talked about how our minds, sometimes a keyword or incident will trigger memories we lock behind, like what he said. So we don't know how to overcome that. So we're rather used in block a problem or a bad situation we got into. So we kind of hide it. We don't want anybody to see the real us. And a lot of them don't feel like they should be happy, but they should. No matter what we do, we should get over the stumbling blocks and get over with it. It's hard, but there's easy steps to do it. Different ceremonies, he said, let go of the past, moving forward. Any more questions?
I myself did not take my children to healers, and how do you, like with a little one, because we've been given teas before, for my daughter, but being so little, she won't drink the teas.
Oh, it's easy. You buy them a special cup, let them pick it up. Now, his nephew had a problem with that. What do you like, Superman or Spider-Man? This is Spider-Man medicine. Find a way, or slowly, let them do it. Yeah, it's tough with some little kids, but yeah, but if you find a special bottle, once it's cooled down, if it's a tea, cool it down in a big bottle, that's fine. And there's salves that he makes will help with pain, help with varicose veins that are painful, rashes, all kinds of things. It's not just one thing, it covers everything.
I have a question. I guess it would be for either you or Jake. Can you talk about the significance of spirit names and why it's important for people to have that and how that can help them throughout their life with their struggles, I guess?
Okay. I can only take care of my experience, how I came about that. Something was missing. Something was missing in my life that I didn't know what it was. I tried different things, school, everything, church, you name it. Something was still missing. And so I heard some elders talking about the native names, so I finally asked. Now I know who I am. And there's a meaning in our different roles for those names. And you can probably explain more on why we have names. Names, why is it so important?
Why is it so important to us? Just like, see, how it works for us. I'll share a story with you why our names and clan, reason for our clan system, so we never incest. But why we have our names, eh? A long time ago, 35 years ago, when I went and seen this old medicine man came to our community, eh? So he says, go get you a name, go get you a name. So I give him tobacco, and there's a lot of people there, he was up there, you know, boy, a lot of them were getting, you know, eagles, birds, and all this other stuff, you know. And I was running out, and I'm trying to get up there too, so I gets up there, and I was all excited. I give him I said, I want to know my identity, my name, my Indian name. So he drum away there, well, then he stopped, he says, your name is Pine Tree. I said, whoa, but how come everybody gets eagles and all this stuff, and I come up here, I'm just a pine tree? Bang on you a drum some more, I think, you know, come up with another one, you know. So what the old man says to me, he says, you know, you believe in spirit? I said, I don't even know what that is. He says, when you give me tobacco, I talk with you ancestors. And the one that passed away a long time ago, he says, that's what his name was, but he says, it sounds good in the language, but the spirit come back to you, he says, Shingwak, it sounds better in the language. So I said, well, that's who I am, angry. So I followed that, little finger, Shingwak, and that's how the names come to us when we, every time our ancestor passed away, because see, death is an unliving thing. Everything we see physical go back to the mother, but the spirit never dies. Just like Roddy was saying, I've been here before. No, I've been here. You've been here in the past, But the spirit keeps being reassigned over and over and over again. It never goes old, the spirit. It's just the physical part of it. So that's the reasons for our name. You know? So I'm just a tree that stands in the bush. I don't go no place. But I learned, you know, it's too bad I couldn't do so much that time. I followed my ancestry back, Shingwak won't go through that, they made a lot of changes in history for our people. And the same way I look at my dad, his Indian name was White Crane. And boy, he knew education there, nothing. Maybe someday I'll bring that down to, we have to prove everything, you know. He's got documents where he became senator in Canada, where he got stuff from all the government people and everything, and started up so many different things. And the only thing he talked about all the time was our people. And I remember when I used to go to him in Parliament, he said, I'm not the boss of my people. They're my boss. I'm here, he says, to ask for their needs, which you put in our treaties. And we're just asking you to honor them treaties. And my dad said, you see the wrinkles on all them old people's face? It's not from old age, but it's from all you government's broken promises to our people. My dad says, we don't hate you, we learned so much from you. We're not mad because you took everything, but we're willing to share whatever you have to offer us. So we're still here yet, you know, look at everything we learned so much from each other. I think we need to come like this someday, and color shouldn't matter anything. We want to be, I think we'll look for that peace within all of us to be happy. I think Beaver wants to give me a hug, wants me to shut up. So what else? Thank you.
Thank them very much. But I was just going to add on to that, how come we have our Indian names? I used to know a lot of old medicine men out in Minnesota and Canada, and one of the ones he told me, he said the reason that we had names, some of them are strict. Some of them old ones that are gone on now, they'll say if you don't have your name or your clan, you're not going to make it. Just like Christianity is so strong, and we lose a lot of that using the religions, the strong believers. It's, if you're a Christian, if you're not saved and sanctified, you're not going to make it. Just like, I'm traditional, that's what they'll tell you, the old ones that they're gone, that's how we identify it with Creator. And you will go to Creator, going to ask you for your name, and you might say, well, I forgot it, but that person over there gave me my name. You have to remember yourself, your name, and that's how they say it. Like you go to the fire, you tell them who you are, and what clan you belong to, and them grandfathers and grandmas in that fire, they'll know exactly what you're talking about. So that's what I was told, so I just wanted to add that, But again, I'm getting close to the end here. If there's any more questions, feel free. Okay, there's somebody back here.
I just wanted to comment on the names. Usually, back home on my reservation, you have like somebody come and look at that person and they see something in that person and they give him that name. My brother was called, when he was little, was called Mukapee, I think, for frog. I don't know if that's how they say it here. Yeah. Because he was hopping around like a little frog, and that's what they saw, when they looked at him, and that's how they got his name. But there's so many different ways to get names in different tribe cultures. So, and then my daughter, when she was born, three of the ladies from the community came in, and they looked at her, and they held her, and they were laughing, and She had a grandmother that was part Russian Jew, a great grandmother, and so they called her Shidalekwe, and that's how she got her name. So that, you know, that stuck with them. But there's, you know, there's different cultures and different ways of doing it.
Anybody else?
Just one last thing. Not to interrupt the question, but before you go, if you take a chance in your folder, there's actually a little evaluation thing. You can do that, and we can share that back to Marty and Jake. Do that before you leave, please, because we appreciate it.
Okay, Willie?
Yeah, you guys, yeah, thank you for this introduction. I appreciate it. I'm just kidding. You know, Jake spoke earlier about young people and children being teachers, so I'd like to share a little something that my daughter Anna sent me the other day. She said, Willow wrote a song, and Willow, my granddaughter. So I want to hear the song. Willow's song goes, when you love hard, your heart beats fast. And when you love hard, it glows. It glows in the dark. So I sent Anita, my coworker, I sent Anita the song. It was really proud of me. And Anita said, I believe that. I believe that. Bless her little glowing heart. And she is a good teacher. And that's how, when I was growing up, whatever I said, whatever I did was the most important thing to my mom. So I was born in a nurturing environment, and that's how we raised our own families to be, we nurture them up. Anything that they say, anything that they do is the most important thing in the world to us. And so me and Anita, you know, and others at the Saginaw Center for Raised Families, we want to get the Anishinaabe way of life back, and that's how we believe that it's going to happen. It's through our own children. And so what are we doing to make this world a better place? We're raising our kids to be, you know, happy, healthy Anishinaabe people. I just want to say, share that with you because you were saying children are teachers, and we believe that. We believe that.
See, that's so true. 35 years of traveling, it's like our Creator, Mother Earth, and our ancestors, eh? They wait for the people. They come home. I've seen little change in a lot of different things coming back home. When you look at all the different religions, cultures that's out here, why are they all clashing? If you understand spirituality, you talk with your helpers and our Creator and Mother Earth, they're all similar in so many different ways. So a lot of people, they ask me, you know, check this, check out. I got no education, nothing. But I wouldn't trade this for the world. But they trust me with what we can offer them people. And I believe we can all make them changes, but it's our choice. No one else can force us to do that, and be a better place for all our children. And I've been spreading that for 35 years. We still arguing and fighting, and I don't understand why. And you look at every culture or religion here, there's not one that's better than the other. Why can't we come together like this? Everybody's heart is full. But over the years, it's like I shared with you, I've been on this, that's not the way you do this, you're doing that wrong, you're doing this wrong. Teachings I get every way is the right way. That's how we learn. It's not to criticize anybody's culture or religion, but to show that respect. You know, I believe each and every one of us, we all have that same thing in common. I can show this to you. You know, when you draw that circle, circle that meant we are the medicine wheel, no matter what color we are. So you divide that in half, right? You got the yellow, red, black, and white. That identifies us with all the blood that runs through our veins in the circle, the cycle of life. Now, right here in the middle, where the grandmas and our white man, the Chinaman, the black man. We have in common that heartbeat. To create that heartbeat, female. I don't think I'll ever live long enough to see that. Right here, we'll meet someday, all of us. The Chinaman, he uses his drum, different skins. Indian use different skin on their drum. Black man. To share our culture right here with respect. And then 4 colors come like this. Peace and harmony, honesty in their heart. Or we can share all them songs and show respect for each other. What I shared with you right there, it's only the vision my ancestors showed me. But will it happen someday? I don't have that answer. It's out there in the human race. And I'll gather right here with respect for each other. I know. I don't think I know. Change will happen. For all races of people. And I've been shown that a lot of years ago, what we all have in common, like our greater God, or whatever you want to call it, put us on the face of this planet, with our different religions and cultures. Who starts the drum beat and the heartbeat? The female. There it is here. So you see women drumming. So what my ancestors showed me a long time ago, the old grandma, they cut the deer, the moose down this way. Here's the part they made from the drum. So you put that, stretch it up, put that drum on this side. Reborn. So spirit was working with that drum. Western people, black man, everybody. Anyway, I'm going to stop with that. If I start going on, I'll be here for days and days. So I say thank you for having us, and we're honored and privileged to come and share with you, and maybe our paths will cross again. And, thank the white people for sharing some stuff, and you for having us here. I think Lacey, my sister, has a question. She's going like this from your forehead.
It's me. Yeah, I just want to ask a quick question. I won't take too long. But anyway, if you have a loved one that's, you know that they're using, and they're in denial, and you keep asking them, and they still say, I'm not doing it, or I'm not doing this or that, whatever, you are accusing them of. You're just kind of talking to the wall. How do you talk to a person that you love so much that, that it's hurting them, and eventually it's going to hurt them, when they get older, I know.
What she's asking is, how do you help a loved one that you keep asking and asking and asking, and certainly, how do you help them? When you keep asking them to get help, to seek help.
It's just like what I'll share with hello? Okay, I'll share that with you. It's like, okay, I was raised with 8 sisters, and I got 5 boys, they're all adults, eh? What my teachings tell me, unless one of my kids or my sister comes with tobacco and asks for help, that's the only way I can help them. I don't have the right to go over and say, well, you should quit this, well, you should, then it starts a big argument, fight, they back away, We have to wait until they're ready to come and ask for that help. But I know it's just like, if my boys, they drink on weekends and that, if I go over there and start to criticize them for that, but the way I see it, they need to live through something to learn something about it. And they know in their hearts, if they're ever in trouble, I won't run to them. But they need to come and see me if they want that help, because they're grown adults, So I know it's hard for them to step back on that, but we can't make them do anything they don't want to do. Because it can mess with your emotions and everything else like that. I've seen a lot of my friends die right there because they don't want to change nothing. What can we do? We have to respect them for that, because we can't drag them and make them change. It's cruel sometimes. But again, you look at spirituality, something working on them. Every culture has it. What's working? What's got a hold of you, make them act like a puppet? So there's a lot of different ways of looking at things, eh? But for the loved one you talked about, let's just leave it until they ask for that help, then you can help them, eh? But if you keep going, then, I'm not saying you're doing this, but if you keep bugging, they keep backing up, eh? You have to wait for them almost to hit rock bottom before they'll ask for help. If you ask old grandma next to you, she might know something about that.
Amanda, you have a question?
Oh, I was just gonna say, we could pray for them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who says that?
Okay.
I think there's a lack of spirituality in our kids today. They're so distracted by all this technical stuff that's going on. And you'll see kids with a phone in their hand constantly. There's not a lot of communication face to face. So the distractions have a lot to do with the way they are. Lack of spirituality. And with those distractions, they really can't focus on who they are as spiritual individuals.
Thanks for sharing that. You know why they got cell phones today, don't you? They don't want to talk to you no more. They write it for you. I don't need to keep it going, but I'll tell you about it. I mean, the internet, or I don't know about that, but you know that Facebook thing? So my grandkids say, no, I said, no, I don't need it. There's too much negativity and all that. Eh? So they says, Bobby, you can just put only you or something like that there. So my son come over, right? Says, can you show me how to get that stuff in? So my son, he grabbed that thing, he grabbed that up. How do you do that? So I left it. So I told my grandkid, I can't remember that. So my grandkid come over. And I says, can you teach me? Totally different from my son. Papa, grab the mouse. There's a right click, left click. You go this way. Now I'm on there. So I talked to my grandkid, but again, sometimes the grandkids could only one finger type to the wrong one or something, just to move this and all that. So that's my, if I can learn that, anybody can learn. It can be good in a lot of ways and no good in another. The way I look at it, just as good as bad, and I'll be there to teach everybody something, which one you want to be in. You don't have to look at the whole thing and start making remarks. I never put all my personal stuff or all that stuff there, but it teaches something. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.